All right, all right, all right. Who in the building, y'all? Who in the building? So tonight I want to talk a little bit about yard accidents, how to prevent them, uh, how to bring along two adult males, high drive animals, um, and avoid the yard accidents. You know what I mean? Peace to Inquisitive Jim. What's good with you, bro? Good to see you in the building. I'm hoping Bando stopped by, man, because I've been wanting to do like a little round table with my dude. You know what I mean? But yeah, y'all. So if I can y'all let me know if y'all can see the screen, man. Let me know if y'all can see the screen. Let me see something. All right, there it is. So part of the deal, man, is that Santana, what's good with you? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Everybody doing well this evening. How you doing, big bro? So, what's kind of on my mind tonight, y'all, is that Solo turns a year old, February 13th. And he's an excellent dog. He's doing the damn thing. But on the flip side of this, we have
one thing about this deep snow, it provides good exercise.
He's still
See, even the dogs don't really like walking in.
He's still a pup, yo. Let me know if y'all can still hear me. Can y'all still hear me? Give me a thumbs up in the chat, man. Don't forget to hit that like button as y'all come in the building, man. But yeah, man, can like y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can still hear me. I put the video on mute. So okay, audio sounds good. Good looking, Santana. Appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that. That's what I need to know. So, as I was saying, and I think I have a better video, man, that I can show y'all to kind of illustrate what I'm talking about here. But both Raina and Solo, have been out to the woods. We've been doing our tracking thing. But with Solo, can y'all see this video here? Is this video playing? Let me see. No, that's not the one. But anyway, so we trying to get we trying to get it to a point, man, where literally Solo's tracking the same way Raina and Bull do. And if you look at this video, I'm gonna go back and play this joint again. You see, he's got Raina playing with this stick when normally she would be tracking. Now, eventually, the sense of the environment got her back on point. She got back to doing what she's doing. But because Solo has that tendency to play, you know what I mean? That's cool as a young pup. But at the end of the day, what I really need is for him to start picking the game up, man. He need to start learning the game. You know what I mean? So in order for him to do that, he gonna have to get with this fella here. You understand? This is not a game, but he gonna have to get with Big Boy. And my whole concern, man, is that thing turning left. You know what I mean? Like that's something. You see how Bull tracks, man? You see how Bull tracks? He tracks like a dog with a job to do, man. He tracks like a dog with a job to do, man. This is what we need from Solo. But Solo doesn't show the natural tendency to do this kind of thing, right? So I want him to go behind Bull. I want him to literally be out in the field with me and Bull while Bull is working. And I want Solo to pick up those habits, that attitude, you know what I mean? That dedication, that focus. And I believe he can definitely learn that from Bull. So I'm definitely thinking about bringing Solo and Bull out. Solo's gonna be more training, learning, but him and Bull have never, ever been outside. Well, when he was younger, yeah, when he was a little pup. But since he's put some size on him, and since he's about Bull size now or bigger, I don't really and he's bigger than Bull in a couple of different, in a couple more like head width and shoulder width, you know, that whole chest piece. Like Solo's bigger all up here, you know what I mean, but not necessarily in height, you know what I mean. So nevertheless, I want the two dogs, man, in the field together, but I need to make sure that no accidents break out. So this is where y'all come in. I want y'all to chime in. I want y'all to tell me, man, you know, what you think, man, is going to really help out. All right, Repo Diamond. Peace to Repo Diamond Kennels, Red Line, Bloodline. That's what's good, bro. It's good to see you in the building, man. Good to see you in the building. I know you took a little layoff for a while, man, but you were still working. I see you still working. So Repo said, bring Solo out and teach him the ropes. He said, I bring the Bulldogs and they head hunting at 9 months. Yeah, like Solo, he'll chase. You know what I mean? He'll chase he'll chase a few you know, he'll chase a few squirrels or whatever. Matter of fact, let me do this, man. We're gonna open this question up to the whole floor. I'm gonna put this link in the chat. I only got space for 4 people, so the first 4 on, you in the building. All right, so the link is in the chat, y'all. If you want to hop on, we're going to do this like the days of Camelot, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table. We just going to have a round table discussion. No big eyes, little U's. This ain't my show. This is y'all's show. This is y'all's floor. You understand what I'm saying? But I do want to talk about this issue, man, of how to bring my male pup into working with my adult male without the yard accidents. You know what I mean? And it's crucial at this point because, again, Solo doesn't have the prey drive at a young age that Raina had. Like Raina had prey drive out the womb. You know what I mean? And since I had my boy, you know, he was 3 years old when I got him. He's always been, you know, on point with the heat. So Solo is more of a just want to play type dog right now. You know what I mean? And part of that is my fault because for the first couple of months, Solo was actually being raised by somebody else. For like, I got him when he was 7 weeks. I would say I left him with somebody else till he was like, I don't know, maybe 14, 15 weeks. You know what I mean? So by the time I brought him back in, you know, he had already started being taught other things, right? He doesn't show dog aggression right now. He does not show, he's not real hard with the people aggression. Repo is showing that it's showing me that you gotta connect your device, your mic and your camera before I can add you to the stream. Inquisitive Jen said, I'd suggest putting a leash on the young boy and let him observe the older dog. See, right now, it's not the young boy that I'm worried about. It's the older dog. Now, he's been very tolerant of Solo here in the house. He ain't done nothing crazy. You know what I mean? A couple of times Solo kind of got out of his cage without a motherfucker knowing. And he was sitting down chilling. By the time I realized it, he was sitting down chilling with Bull and Raina like it was all good. And Bull kind of, you know, sniff him out a little bit, and you know, he all right with him. You know what I mean? So Bull is not attacking him. Bull is not getting aggressive on him. Bull is not showing any aggression. He seems to like the little dude. He goes to his cage when the boy been in his cage a while. Go to his cage and, you know, give him their little doggy kisses. They do their little kisses through the cage and all of that. So for the most part, I'm thinking they're getting along right now. You understand what I'm saying? So it's better for me to get him out there and teach him his job, letting him watch Bull, than for me to let him get older and then he don't never quite learn, you know, what it is I want him to learn. You understand what I'm saying? Because he just don't seem to have that stay on task type of mentality. You know what I mean? Some dogs, man, when they lock on, you know, and that's mentally. They lock on and they just go. Solo, not so much. You know, Solo all over the place. You know, if it's new and it smells new and it's, you know, he's a puppy still, you know. And his maturity is definitely, you know. Oh yeah, my dude in the building. What up? What's good, bro? Okay, Bando for life in the building. That's what's good. That's what's good. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, bro. I'm about to twist up. Definitely grab yours. Yo, Bando. The link is in the chat, bro. Hop on, man. Let's get it, bro. Okay. Now listen. I know sometimes, like, you know, in this whole YouTube dog universe thing, sometimes, you know, we get into a thing where, you know, different dudes from different channels, oil and water and all of that. For the most part, tonight, we just want to chop it up. Knights of the Round Table, baby. Just like the ancient days of Camelot. Knights of the Round Table, man. No big I's, no little U's. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody better than the next man. Ain't nobody worse than the next man. Everybody working a program. This is a straight up universal bulldoggers, man. So We're gonna try to open this floor up, man, and get some good feedback on my issue here tonight, right? Because again, y'all, what I'm struggling with is I need Solo to learn from Bull. But as he develops that attitude, right? As he learns what he's supposed to be doing. Okay, Bando said, give me a few. His battery is low. Okay, come on. All right. My people's in the building. Trina Barnett, what's good? What's good? All right, y'all. Let's go. Philly in the building, huh? Let's go, man. My brother Trent, what up? I had to use a collar for a few days until they got the point. Oh, an e-collar. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. See, that's the type of insight we need. Thank you, bro. That's what I'm talking about. An e-collar. So basically, like since Solo's not the aggressive one, right? And Bull right now is not aggressive, but he could certainly become aggressive. Now, typically when he's on tracking, right? When he's on scent or when he's on task, any task, he will stick to that task. He could give a fuck for another dog, unless that dog is actually charging him and trying to press him or some more. You know what I mean? Like, he don't care about none of that. He working. You know what I mean? So he's good with that. He's real good with that. He's real good with that, man. Real good with that. So this is what we trying to do, Bando. I know you got some experience with the yard accidents like I do, man. But this is a little bit different situation. We talking about, I don't know if you've been watching the videos lately, but so up here in New York, this weather crazy, right? We get a lot of deep snow. And I like to see my dogs in the woods doing their thing naturally. But I like to create a scenario, right? Like if for some reason we were out in the woods in the wintertime, deep snow, and we had to survive, could we survive? Could my dogs literally find and catch their own food, right? As a team. And this is where I differ with a lot from a lot of cats. Like you'll hear, I don't know how many of y'all follow like the bully stuff, the QBN channel, right? The QBN channel, and you hear the brother talk a lot about pack life. It's the pack life. This one's the alpha. This one's the beta. Da 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 da. And there's a place for that. There is a place for that. For me personally, I'm more of a team mentality, and I'm the coach. Does that make sense? Not so much a pack mentality, because we're talking about the American Pit Bull Terrier, which really its pack instincts are somewhat like compromised, right? Why do I say that, right? So in the normal canine world, from wolves right on up to most domesticated dogs, if there's a clash, even in the natural world, lions, whatever it may be, even deer, billy goats, cougar, whatever, when they clash, especially if they are members of the same pack, members of the same group, family, very rarely does that result in one or the other animal dying, right? If two males clash, one will usually submit and back down. The other will be declared alpha. Well, not declared alpha, will have asserted its alpha status, and that's the end of the situation. Excuse me. Okay, Richie Poe, what's good, bro? Richie Poe in the building. So the pit bull, right? And Santana hit it right on the Santana Red Dogs hit it right on the nose. Where I'm going with this, the pit bull was bred against its nature, so there is no submitting, right? Even if the other dog submits to the pit bull is gonna finish that. You understand? And that is just how the dogs are bred, and that is, I think, one of the major differences. It'll let you know whether or not you got a bully or whether you got a pit bull, right? Like on the real, like again, not that, and I'm not knocking the brother QBN Kennels, I believe. The brother is very instructive, very informative, got some nice looking dogs, he's always educating about pack life and this, that, and the third, and all of that. But when his dogs do clash, there's some barking, there's some ha, and then like once somebody will back down and the other one has asserted their business, and it's all good. So to them, a fight is two dogs kind of jawing at each other, jumping at each other. Right? No. What I'm trying to prevent is that shit y'all saw in my yard with Star and Bull. And I'm trying to prevent that from happening while we're out in the field and Solo is being educated on how to hunt. So now, herein lies the rub, right? We are literally increasing the prey drive on Solo while watching Bull work. As he watches Bull, that prey drive, that energy, that intensity that Bull has, it's going to become infectious. And the minute Bull scores or really tries to go hard for something, Solo is going to probably turn on. He's going to go a little bit of ape shit. Now, one of the reasons why I say Solo does not have the same prey drive that my other dogs have is because when Raina caught that little squirrel the other day, again, Solo was really more interested in playing. You know what I mean? And even Raina, was interested in playing. But when Solo grabbed it, it was like it was a trophy, and he wanted Raina to chase him. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like he went after it because it was alive, because it was, the chase, none of that. And I've seen him chase squirrels before, but he never shows like sustained interest. Raina chases a squirrel, she's trying to go up the side of the tree. Right? So that's kind of like where I'm at with this, man. Let me see what we got in the comments. Inquisitive Jen said Bull might work better hunting alone instead of pack hunting. If that's the case, you might be better off with a dog with a pack mentality. So Inquisitive Jen, the idea is not to hunt them as a pack. It is just to allow Solo to learn from Bull. It's just training sessions, right? Where we are trying to teach Solo the role of putting your nose to the ground, finding what we're looking for, and then begin the process of ferreting that out. You know what I mean? Getting that out of there, man, so we can have dinner. You know what I mean? So it's not really that I'm trying to hunt them as a pack. That's not really my thing. You know what I mean? For one, each dog, there's too much going on in the wild, right? And if they haven't been put on a particular scent, and we haven't gotten to that point where they can differentiate scents, where I can say, okay, follow just the deer scent, or follow just the coyote scent, or follow just the bobcat scent, right? We nowhere near that, right? So having all the dogs out at one time trying to hunt in the woods, that means whatever is out there, whatever different scents, I may have a bunch of dogs going in a bunch of different directions, and when their nose is to the ground, very hard to get their attention. You know what I mean? Like so, for especially in the beginning, I'm only hunting with one dog. Okay. Rhodes Kennels, behemoth bloodline in the building. Salute, salute. Richie Poe said, some dogs have it, some don't. Almost impossible to get the ones that don't to learn it. Okay. Some pumps will hunt from the minute you let them loose, and some will never have an interest, just the way it is. Duly noted, Richie. Duly noted. So, I mean, and this is some of what we want to see. You know what I mean? As I was saying earlier, Solo turns a year old next month, right? In the middle of February. So, we're gonna see, man, whether or not he has what it takes. He has shown prey drive to some extent, but for me, it's more like play drive, right? What I'm looking at is a dog really has a lot of puppy in him, you know, just he just really wants to play. You know what I mean? For him, it's as much about being chased as it is about chasing something else. So, yeah, that's kind of where we at with that. Now, even if Solo is not a great hunter, right? Um, I still want the dog to be able to track. And that's not just, for purposes of hunting. That may be like some like some more search and rescue type work. You understand what I'm saying? But yeah, I think the ability for a dog to track a scent is there's something about that increases the IQ of the dog, right? Especially in the sense that it has to lay its nose to a certain scent and follow that scent. Despite the fact that there may be a million other scents out there, we want the dog to follow that particular scent. So that's kind of where I'm at with it right now. Santana say he probably still has some of that mental maturing and maybe a late starter as far as the deep prey drive goes. Absolutely possible. He's already a late starter compared to Raina, right? Like by the time Raina was Solo's age, she had already caught like two possum and a squirrel, not a squirrel, two possum and a skunk. You know what I mean? Like, and one of them joints she did with the weight harness on. I didn't even know. She just broke off running with the, dragging the chain with the weight joint on, with the weight harness on, and managed to, tree a possum, and then I taught her how to get up on the side of that tree and bring that thing down, man. So Solo is definitely a little bit behind Raina's schedule, right? The schedule that Raina was on, or but that's fine also, because I don't expect him to be what Raina is or how she developed. Every dog is completely different. Every dog is truly an individual. You learn that as you go. But yeah, man. Now the e-collar thing, I have to be honest. I've always had an issue with the e-collars. Why? Because one of the most harshest experiments to me that was ever done was done in the field of psychology, and it was done on dogs. There was a scientist, a researcher named Pavlov, and he literally experimented with controlling dogs' physiological responses, right? So if you feed someone or you feed a dog or whatever the case may be, and the dog starts to eat, the dog's mouth will start to secrete saliva, right? So that it helps to break down the food. What Pavlov used to do is ring a bell and then feed the dogs, right? So that after a while, once he rang the bell, he would already see the dog salivating, right? And I see it like Solo's a perfect example of that. The minute he hears, them eggshells crunching, them bowls clanging, he starts whining, and he's got drool and stuff hanging, like he's already salivating. So it's a very real thing, right? But what Pavlov did on the reverse side of that was to show that he could control a dog's conditioning and physiological. He could condition a dog's responses, right, to various stimuli. So after he proved that he could make the dog salivate even though no food was being served, just from the sound of the bell, what he then did was he started shocking the dogs after he rang the bell and they would go to their bowl to eat. So when they go to eat, then he administers this electric shock. So now, every time the dogs hear the bell, they're torn between being conditioned to go eat and knowing that there's this shock there waiting for them. And so what you just did was you just made that animal a nervous wreck. And e-collars, just the whole shock thing and all of that, I always associate that with the Pavlov thing. I do recognize that you don't have to do that with e-collars. They have different settings where you can just a low vibration or something to kind of get the dog's attention, that type of thing. But yeah, the e-collars thing has always been, I'm a little iffy with it. I don't feel like that's something that I want to have to do. Now, I will share this with y'all. I saw something very recently. And I'm gonna put this link in the chat again. So, you know what I mean? If you're trying to get in, holler at your boy. I got you. All right, we're gonna put that right in the chat there, man. You know what I mean? If y'all feeling like you want to hop on, go ahead, man. Let's do it. Why not? Santana said the Pavlovian effect / theory was harsh. It was, bro. It was. That right there is something, man, that it's almost like the hallmark of certain cultures. You just don't find that amongst Eastern cultures where the culture is more of a spiritual culture. But Inquisitive Jen said, if you don't know how to correctly use an e-collar, you can definitely destroy a dog's mentality. And honestly, I've never, ever even come close to using one. So I'm definitely a little concerned about that. Let me see here. Richie said, around them, once you get that focus, you can train them to do almost anything. Focus should be taught before sitting or any other commands. I like that, Richie. Richie Poe, I like that, bro. Because I think that is what you need, especially when you have a larger dog. You need that focus, that understanding with that dog, man, that whatever you're communicating, whether it be verbally or physically, the dog is responding. The dog is locked in, it understands what you're saying, and it is responding to what it is that you are asking of it. So yeah, I agree with that. In fact, bro, that just became part of my program. Thank you, Richie. Real talk. Santana said, I've also had a disdain for e-collars, especially in the hands of incompetent people. Yeah, man. Richie Poe said, yeah, I don't get down with e-collars either. In my experience, if you want to train a dog or a pup, the most important thing you can do is first get that dog to focus on you, no matter what's going on. I like that, bro. I especially like that because I believe it goes hand in hand with what I consider dogs' most powerful drive. And I've said this time and time again on this channel. I'm gonna say it till I'm in my grave. Prey drive, play drive, work drive, food drive, reproductive drive. All of those drives are instinctive. A dog feels like he's got to do these things. But there is one drive that the dog feels impelled from within itself that it must it must kind of give into, and that is the drive to please its human partner. The drive to please, married with early focus training, I believe is definitely a better way to raise pups than what we're traditionally taught. So yeah, thank you again, Richie Paul. I like that. I like that. That focus piece just became part of the Imperial training program. Salute, brother. Absolutely. All right. Santana said, yeah, if you track down the German, we're training the German Shepherds in World War II. It was damn close to torture how their conditioners did them. Wow. You see, and I'm not trying to be funny when I say certain things, yo. But when you look at a lot of that European, East European, the culture, you have to understand that the environment from which these cultures sprung up was already a harsh environment. It was not an environment that was easy to navigate or easy to live in and produce and thrive under. This is why you saw in history during a certain period of time, you just saw like these hordes of people coming out from the north, from the mountains, and moving southward and invading on cultures that were already in existence, but that were in lands that were much more fertile and much more conducive to building civilization and furthering a society and a culture. So the Eastern Europeans and all of that, man, they came from a rough camp. You understand? They didn't, I always felt like they never had the proper respect for nature because they were always in competition with nature. Does that make sense? So these types of experiments that they do on animals and all of that, man, that's not something, man, like you're going to find in like the Native American playbook, right? You know what I mean? Like we just don't do that. So, Hotep Kennel's in the building. Peace, bro. Peace. Let me put this link in the chat again. I'm definitely opening the floor up tonight. Topic of discussion. How to get two males working together. One male is training, learning from the older male, right? So we have Solo trying to learn from Bull. and we want to avoid any accidents, right? So when we hit the field, the way I see it in my head is bulls should be allowed to roam and track, and I've got Solo on a leash, right, on a tight leash, but there's only but so much he can learn like that. I want him to learn what bull is smelling. I want him to smell it too. I want him to see bull's reaction. I want him to sort of, pick up that, if only by osmosis, as they say, you know what I mean? But I want him to pick up some of that drive and some of that work ethic, some of that concentration, some of that focus that bull shows when bull is in the field. Let me put this in the chat right here. Put that in the chat right there. All right, so the link is in the chat, man. If y'all feel like, man, you got some insight, man, definitely hop on, feel free. Let's go. All right, Philly in the building said, facts, Richie. People say that pit bulls can't do this and that because they're so hot. Again, focus. But I've seen people with game dogs trained to a T. I've had box dogs trained in obedience, sit, stay, etc. Absolutely. If y'all ever get a chance, go check out Impact Kennels here on YouTube. Impact Kennels picked up a dog I was looking at for my own program. Picked up a dog called Rebel Rush. Picked it up from Thompson Kennels. And Rebel Rush, Red Boy Jocko Termite. Matter of fact, I think it was off for Thompson's first Red Boy Jocko Termite litter. At least that he did with the Black Sealy and I think the Young Buck dog. So that Rebel Rush dog, Impact Kennels got that dog, man. He's also got another dog from an extremely favorite breed of mine, man. He's got a dog called Atlas from Marty Cross of Rhino Kennels, old family red-nosed breeder. Beautiful. So shout out to Impact Kennels. Let me say that, right? Shout out to Impact Kennels. But my point is the work with the Rebel Rush dog, pure game dog, American Pit Bull Terrier, Red Boy Jocko Termite. He has the dog sit, stay, heel. I mean, like when I say like this dog could perform in obedience show rings with no problem. He could do obedience shows with no problem. So shout out to Impact Kennels, man. And I definitely understand what y'all saying, Philly. Like, yeah, you definitely can train these dogs to a T. So I'm interested in that. But again, keep in mind, my situation is a high prey drive situation. Bull himself is going to be on high prey drive alert, right? He's going to already be on orange alert, tracking the scents. Now, once he actually finds something that he gets excited about, if I know my dogs well, Solo's going to get excited too. And I want Solo to participate to some extent in that incident of excitement. But I don't want that incident to turn ugly and them turn on each other while they're in that heightened state. Especially don't want Bull to turn on Solo because honestly, Bull he's the killer. He's the killer. He's going to try whatever he grabs. He's trying to finish it. That's what he does. So, but let's chop it. Let's keep it going. No offense taken at pump 17. Richie says no offense taken at pump 17. I've seen a lot of people use those collars. I've just had more luck starting super early on getting a pup to focus on me, even with distractions, food, etc. around. And honestly, I like that better than the e-collar situation. But I'm a realist. So the focus training, in the beginning, until I know I can trust Bull, you might have to rock the e-collar, right? I'm gonna have to learn something about that. You know what I mean? He's very good, but when it comes to like starting to dig for prey, and when he gets in that mode, we don't always communicate so well, right? And that's true of all my dogs, man. Once they kind of locked into something, takes a lot. You really got to kind of like get their attention, man. So yeah, the focus part of it is going to be key. Maybe that's what we should start working on, right? Some good focus work with Solo and with Bull. Let's get back on that. Inquisitive Jen said a learning lesson can turn into a competition real quick. Absolutely. All right. Let me back up here. Richie said that's a tough one with mature dogs. Not impossible, but tough. Would be a lot easier with a puppy and a mature dog than two mature males. So, and that's kind of my point, Richie. I want to do this now because Solo hasn't gone red yet. He ain't hot yet. You know what I mean? Some dudes that live around here, man, that run bullies and whatnot. They come through and they holler at me every once in a blue, man. And one of them brought one of their little bullies around here, and boy was just sitting in my front yard, and I had Solo out, and Solo went and sniffed them and tried to get the stick to play with the dog and all of that. Solo is not hot right now. So he can, for the most part, but he's big, he's boisterous, he's strong. And once he gets excited, if Bull reads that the wrong way, listen, y'all, I've had to separate 3 by myself on a couple of occasions. And even with all of that, right, the idea of separating Bull and Solo by myself, I'm gonna be honest, man. Like that's whew. I don't know. Northern Edge Bullies in the building. Northern Edge Bullies said he just dropped his first litter, 1 male. Had 2 dogs, but 1 didn't make it. Well, sorry to hear that, Northern Edge Bullies, but at the same time, congratulations on the one that did survive. Definitely take care of that one, bro. Nurse that, bro. Repo just got back in and said what I missed. So we've been chopping it up, man, about getting Solo and Bull into the field, and Solo kind of shadowing Bull, so while Bull is doing his tracking work and his hunting work, and that's primarily because Solo doesn't seem to have the same amount of drive as, say, Raina had at his age. You know what I mean? Raina was younger than him when she started snatching shit out of trees and all of that. So really we sitting here chopping it up, man, about different ways, man, where we can have Solo learn his work, learn his job from the best guy on the job. Ain't nobody better than Bull at the job. But at the same time, in that high prey drive and high energy situation, we don't want that to turn south. We don't want that to go the wrong way. You know what I mean? So that's kind of like where we at with this. Hotep said he had to break up a 4-on-1 before. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. And if you ain't got an extra set of hands, bro, that's a process, right? Let me grab these two first, separate these two, man, put this one over there, get that one tied up, because now the other two is still going, right? Or the other three, they still at it. You know what I mean? So it's definitely it's not a game. 3-on-1 situation. Repo Dime said he had a 3-on-1. Yeah, man. It was pretty much a 3-way free for all, but these type of yard accidents are very real, bro. These types of situations are very real, and if you out there trying to hunt coyote, you out there trying to hunt bobcat, understand that these animals can do enough damage to your animals to begin with, right? So you don't want the infighting. You don't want them bumping heads in the field, right? You're there to go find something that you can bring home. You understand what I'm saying? Or whatever your purpose for being in the field and hunting with these dogs is, right? You don't necessarily want to have a situation where the dogs are damaging each other, and then how you gonna hunt? How you gonna hunt with a dog that's already got his neck ripped open by the other dog? So yeah, it don't work. Hotep said, yeah, had a 7-month-old mutt, took off the street. Had a 7-month-old mutt I took off the street, give me puncture wounds on my elbow and 12 stitches on my Achilles. Ooh. Had to get the rabies shot too. And that mutt wasn't part of the 4-on-1. Yeah, I mean, anytime you're dealing with dogs, man, I have a thing, man. Although our dogs, especially these pit bull based dogs, have a different attitude than most other fighting dogs around the world, right? Most of the fighting dogs around the world, they fight until a dog submits, one or the other submits. And that's not going to happen with your pit, right? With your pit, that other dog submits, he might as well hop back up on all fours and get the scrapping again, because it's not going, submitting ain't going to help save his life. It's not. And that's why dogs do submit, because they're saying, don't kill me, right? So anytime you're dealing with dogs like that, you got to kind of expect, man, something ain't right. If something ain't right, it can go left real fast, bro. Go left real fast, man. Right. So now, and that is so crucial, Santana. Santana said the last thing you want is the dogs turning on each other after they done pissed off a hog or something. I literally saw a video earlier, man, where I don't even think dude was out hog hunting. He just had his dog out with him, or whatever the case may be. And they ran across a hog, man, and the freaking hog charged them, man. And fortunately, the dog was there, because the dog eventually, ran and grabbed the hog, gave old boy enough time to get up on his feet or whatever the case may be. But like out in the field, man, in the woods, it's already dangerous enough. So it's very, very important to me, man, to make sure that this shit does not go wrong. You know what I mean? Like Solo, I really do want him to learn and pick up some of Bull's attitude and some of Bull's skills. You know what I mean? Because he just doesn't seem to have that naturally. But at the same time, I don't want him to become a competition or a threat to Bull, to where Bull feels like he got to turn on the boy. You know what I mean? Especially not while we out in the field. So Richie Poe, one of the most valuable tools. Hold up, Richie. Let me see what you're saying here. One of the most valuable tools to have and know how to use when it comes to these dogs, in my opinion, is a break stick. I know a lot of people look at break sticks as a taboo, but they're invaluable. Oh yeah, break sticks are automatic. Break sticks are automatic. And especially if I'm in, if I'm out in the woods or whatever, I ain't got no problem grabbing the nearest twig or whatever. But I have a few different ways, that I can separate them. But I'm not trying to get to the point where I have to separate. I'm trying to avoid this altogether. But I need my training program brought across to the young dog. It's got to be brought across. All right. Inquisitive Jen said, don't forget that this will be just as much of an experience for Bull as for the young dog. That's true. That is true. Bull has never, ever, ever, since I've had him, had to tolerate another male. Never. Ain't been no other male in the picture, especially not no male the size of Solo. Definitely not in the woods, competing for the same prey, so to speak. That kind of thing, man, is let's just say, man, that's why it's out here on the floor. That's why I put this out here on the floor, y'all, because I don't pretend to know everything. And I definitely don't pretend to, be a master of all bulldogs. I'm at the point, man, where I see something beautiful coming down the pipeline. Beautiful, beautiful. And in order to properly preserve it, to truly develop it to its fullest potential, the dogs have to be developed along a certain line. You know what I mean? And again, I'm not so much interested in the pack mentality. Why? Because that means Solo or Bull will have to be alpha, right? Somebody's going to have to choose that alpha role. And that in itself is a recipe for disaster with these dogs. Because they really don't do alphas. They don't recognize no other dog. Raina still don't recognize Bull as alpha. She don't. You know what I mean? She tolerates him. You know what I mean? In the sense that they get along. They are male and female. But when it comes to certain shit, she try to block Bull out. She try to shut him down. Like, get away from him. He's my man. You know what I mean? Like this human belongs to me. Like, so the jealousy and competition is definitely there. Obviously, if she accepted him as alpha, she wouldn't do that. She would defer to him in those situations. She would understand when he eats first or when he gets to go out first. But she literally be like, grab it. If she sees me petting him, she will grab my hand and pull it away. Like, no, don't pet him. Pet me. That's a fact. Zulu Nation in the building. Zulu Nation family said, how's it going, brother? Respect from the Zulu Nation family. Hope all is well. Absolutely, bro. Salute, 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 Zulu. Hope all is well with you as well. You master of all bulldogs. Stop that bullshit, Santana. Stop that bullshit. All right. Let me see. All right. So Zulu chimed in, said, I separate my dogs because after 5 months, no more hanging out. The other day, my neighbors got freaked out because 3 females started fighting, Callie, Juju, and the Tombi, and I had to separate them. Listen, man, yard accidents with this blood is almost a freaking guarantee. You have got to be extremely careful, man. Extremely careful. This just not, there's no two ways to put that, bro. Cover your ass when you're dealing with these Camelot dogs, man, because it happens just like that, 3 at a time, and everybody just kind of going for broke. Hey, yo, Richie Poe, that name is not even allowed in this chat. You heard? We don't even do that. I'm not going to go with that boo. Oh, man, yo. But yeah, man, like this is real talk. Hey, yo, in Zulu, just so you know, I put the link in the chat. I'm going to put it in there again. You know what I mean? Anybody that want to hop on is good to go tonight. You know what I mean? We're going to do this in old Camelot fashion, like the Knights of the Round Table. We just going to sit around and chop it up. All right? So there's the link right there in the chat, y'all. You know what I mean? Let me see something. Let me take this one out. I'm going to stop that one. Take that one out. We'll remove that one. So now I got plenty of motherfucking space in here. All right, Zulu said, man, I had to put locks on the cages, and they kept going, blood everywhere. My hand got bit. The power of these dogs is crazy. All right, hold up. 1 second here. Yeah, man, it's an actual fact, bro. It's an actual fact, man. It's not a game what these dogs do, man. It is far from a game. Hold on, Zulu. I got you. I see you in the building.
A squirrel.
Hold on, I got you.
What up?
What's good? What's good with you, bro? What's good with you, man?
Chilling. First of all, shout out to Repo, Hotep, all the other dog man I see on here that I usually, talk to. But yeah, bro, the other day I'm cleaning up all the cages, and usually I just push it in, and it's supposed to lock, and I guess I didn't lock them. So I have one of them out that I planned for him to get out because I'm cleaning the cage. And then I noticed it's quiet. I'm like, why is it quiet? And I look, bro, it was like have you seen those old Western movies? They're all with their ears up and just looking at each other like, motherfucker, he fucked up today. It's going down. All 3 of us, bro. And when I went there, I'm grabbing the other 2 like separately. I first separate the 2, and Kali's out there trying to bite Juju, so I'm picking him up. So I put Juju in the cage and I close it, and I'm thinking, man, it's gonna be easy, man. Hell no, man. the other two started going at it. And when I would separate this one, trying to push it, trying to put the other one in the cage, man, the other one's already back on this one. It got to a point where they was stuck on the lip, right here. And like the stuck, so I'm trying to pull it off. That's why my hand got big, because I was like, I don't have my stick.
Where you win, bro? Oh man. What happened, Zulu? You still in the building or what, bro? Zulu? I don't know what happened to Zulu, y'all. He just kind of disappeared back there somewhere. Oh, okay. Brother said his phone died. Okay. Damn, he got big. I thought that was Bull. Yeah, man. Yeah. Solo. And he's far from finished, y'all. He's far from finished, man. You know what I mean? I don't expect him to grow as fast, but over the next year, man, he's gonna easily become probably the biggest dog in the house, or the biggest dog in the camp, I'll say anyway. But we got some special things planned for that boy, man. But we gotta get him right in the field. Gotta tell y'all this, man. My dogs have to be able to work in the field. Now, one thing I do expect, that even if he doesn't actually have a whole lot of prey drive, the boy does like to grab a bite of something, and hold on for dear life. Like, I use a coyote tail in my flirt pole, and when that boy get a hold of that thing, I have to really grab it from him quickly, because he'll try to eat it. He did the same thing with this cheap ass boar hide I got from Epinette Bulldog Supply. And if y'all ever are looking for hides and tugs and that type of stuff, one place that you do not want to get your hides from is Epinette Bulldog Supply. Let me say that loud and clear. Epinette Bulldog Supply has the same problem Master of BS has. Everything they got, despite having a name for years, everything that they sell into the public is BS. Literally. You know what I mean? Like, I used I ordered a boar hide from them. It was scraped so thin. The actual hide was scraped so thin. The dogs ripped the thing in half. Like, and after like 2 uses. And before it was all over, Solo actually ate the damn thing directly off of the spring pole. He snatched the thing off the spring pole. The whole thing came off. That boy ran off and ate the damn thing. I never did post that video, but if I find it, I am going to post it, because that's a problem. That's a problem. So, but I say all of that to say that the boy got a bite. He do have mouth. So, my idea is that I want to kind of use Raina to lure them in and let Bull and Solo finish him. Primarily because Raina is the more athletic, has the better wind. She can just go. Bull is 7 years old. I don't expect him to be running forever, right? Short sprints where he can close, put his mouth on something, and bring it down. Period. So that's what I'm after. That's what I'm after, man. Let me see. Say, even if he don't turn out the way you want, he still has a pack pedigree. He'll throw something nice. Then there's that. But this is my thing, bro. And there's a lot of BS in the game, a lot of double standards, right? For example, motherfucker tell you that, you know, a proper breeding program, you're breeding best to best. You know what I mean? You're not breeding any dog with any flaws. You're breeding best to best. But if you listen to everybody, right, long enough, everybody will sooner or later admit to having bred something that, quote unquote, should have been bred for one reason or another, right? Whether it was too young, right, or whether it had an underbite, or whether it was easty westy, or whether it was the dog was man aggressive, or whatever it may be, man. You know what I mean? Going back to the old time dog men, B, the so-called legends in the game. You understand what I'm saying? These dudes are breeding man biters. They bred dogs that quit in the box, right? Like they bred so-called curs. So at the end of the day, breed solo. If he don't turn out with the heat that I'm looking for, my first instinct is to don't breed that. Don't breed them. Don't let them. You know what I mean? But what you say is absolutely correct. It is possible, man, that even though he may not be on, he could throw some shit that's pure fire. But how will we ever know, right? How will we ever know if we don't breed them? And then what if he do throw a litter and it's pure and the whole litter's cold, right? Then I got the problem of what to do with a whole litter of cold dogs. All right, Zulu back in the building here. Let's see if we can get him in there.
Man, my bad, bro. I meant the jizz out, bro.
You're right. You're right, bro. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
I'm on the charger right now. I'll put it on the charger.
Give me 1 second here. But yeah, man, we just sitting here chopping it up. It was actually something I was gonna get into with Bando too, man. About these yard accidents, because it's a very real thing, bro. It's a very real thing.
And you know what's crazy? Like, I mean, I do videos like Pack Life, whatever, but my dogs, they only do that for a certain age. And even with the males, I never have males together. Like I can have males with females around them, but if I have the two males together like that and I'm not there, they end up going crazy. Like, and you know what I mean? That's something I really don't like to deal with. Like, and people don't understand like that kind of life. Like that's what happened that day when I told you those two dog men, they went at it. And when they're drilling drill, you know what I mean? If
adrenaline. The adrenaline get going. Absolutely.
And they get like focused. It's weird. People think these dogs are focused but when you see them in action, they get focused to a point like they know what they want to do, and their mindset is on one thing. Like, I'm gonna get at you. We gonna finish what we started. And especially when it's no one wants to bow down and be like, okay, I get it, man. They'll keep going, man. Because even after I separated the dogs, man, those two dogs, I put them in the separate sides of the cages, and it's more than 10 feet apart. And they kept going for like the whole night, like they were talking, bro. Like dudes, like, nigga, I'm gonna get at you, nigga. Wait till we come out, man.
Yeah, they don't stop, bro.
Bro.
The rivalry is official now.
Yeah, it's
they
crazy.
all in it, bro.
This is why I don't understand when I see other dogs, and I'm not talking shit like saying they'll have like 15 dogs all together, and I'm like, what is the drive, bro? Because that's why I like my dogs. I like the drive. I like that, like I said, I know it's crazy when they got at it, but the concentration you see and the I wanna
I don't know what that is.
I need to do and show that I can do it is nuts, bro.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
And I really go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, the dogs have their own memory, B. They literally have like I've seen Bull hold a grudge. Right?
Man.
Like after that little yard yard situation with Bull and Star.
Yeah.
Got them separated. A couple of weeks later, right? Finally getting them back to getting along again. Bring them out to the yard. We let Bull get on a spring pole first. I'm holding Star. We stand in a safe distance back. Yo, Bull, the minute Star barked at that goddamn spring pole, Bull dropped that spring pole, did a 180, made a beeline for me and Star, and snatched that bitch right out of my hands, yo. Dragged that bitch into the middle of the yard and started shaking that bitch, yo.
And that's what I'm saying. Because you know why I say you're right? Because, like, every time I let them, because when I clean my cages, I let them out one by one and give them like 30 to 40 minutes to run around the yard, do whatever they want to do. And I'm telling you this, they will go there and just sit at the cage, stare at it, ears up, hair up, tail up, like, bro, it's let's go. And they go to that specific dog. Like, I have a lot of dogs, and they will go to that specific dog, or they start biting on the cage and start pulling the metal, and the other one's biting, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm like,
yeah, man.
It's crazy.
It's something about that heat that's very attractive. I ain't gonna lie. Like, love to see the dog, focused, ready, really to handle business.
Yeah.
But I would really rather see that done in the field.
Yep.
So one of the things that, what started this whole discussion is that, like, you see Raina right here. We are literally working in the fields. Like, I put the weight vest on her today because she's very good. Like, her agility, her just the way she's able to navigate in the woods is excellent. So I'm trying to get Solo to that point, right? I'm trying to get Solo. You see how she's tracking scents? I don't have to tell her nothing. She's on it.
She do her stuff, yeah.
Right. She finds the scent and she goes. Solo, on the other hand, likes to play a lot. You know what I mean? And he's still a young dog. He don't turn a year till tomorrow, next month. But
he's huge.
I need him to learn it because I don't plan on working them all together. Right. So I need him to learn what needs to be done when he's out there by himself. The only way he could really learn that right now, as far as I'm concerned, is to learn it from Bull.
Yeah.
Bull is the best he's the best dog in the woods that I got, like, in terms of tracking it, finding it. Like, he's the best one I got. So I really want Solo to learn from him.
Let me ask you something.
What happens if they turn on each other?
Do you ever take that coyote skin you have and hide it and let them look for it?
I did that with Raina. Okay. I tore it up into a few pieces. Yeah, and like I should have really done it where I literally dragged the hide and made her follow it, but I didn't do that. I just kind of tore it up into different pieces and stashed it around little hiding places where we normally work in the general vicinity of and she found every one of them. I had some rabbit hide too. She fucked around and found the rabbit shit and ate it.
Yeah.
She found the rabbit hide and ate that motherfucker right then and there on the spot. So I know what she'll do if she catch a rabbit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Let me ask you.
Yeah.
When she's in heat, what do you do with your males?
So my males are, well, for right now, Bull has been like the only male, right? And he and I have a very good understanding. When I tell your black ass off, I mean off. You understand? So I literally get his attention. He'll look at me and I tell him off and point to the ground and he'll get off of her. You know what I mean? Don't mean he ain't gonna try her again.
No, but I mean,
get off of her.
Like my male the last month, 3 weeks, the girl's been just like got on the heat. They all got in heat at the same time. I made videos about it, but I got videos for days. I've just been uploading them slowly. But like the Thanos has been going nuts. His drive is so crazy that now he knows how to jump a 10-foot. Is it 6? A 6-foot fence by not even touching the fence. Like, he'll just jump, and he never used to know how to do that. He, like, me trying to figure out, it's like a game of how to keep him closed in or not try to bite the other dogs that are males. It's been a mission, and he just keeps figuring ways and ways out. And and he goes crazy, man. He goes crazy.
Why do you think the chain setup became a staple of raising the American Pit Bull Terrier? Because literally, bro, when the dog has that kind of drive, the only real thing you can do is put that bitch on a chain and let that motherfucker, kind of like, it's almost like they need to exhaust their own energy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They got to keep going and going and going until they finally say, okay, I ain't going to get it now. But it's definitely one of those things where it ain't easy, bro. It ain't easy, man. That's why I don't have any other males. Solo was the first other male I figured I would get. And that's because he ain't going to really be ready. All right, mama. All right. He ain't going to really be ready until, at least for my breeding program, right? At the age at which I like to breed them, he ain't gonna be ready for that until Bull is kind of in semi-retirement. You know what I mean? So by then, we should have, by the time Solo is ready for my breeding program, we should have at least 3 or 4 other males at a year old.
I get you.
You know what I mean?
So is your program male based? Is that what yours is going to be?
Nah. I mean, right now he is the foundation male, so all the breedings is going to be focused around him. Yeah. But I'm really I'm really after like a certain type of dog, and in order to get that dog, I'm gonna have to like crossbreed both the males and the females. You know what I mean? Yeah. So a lot of my dogs ain't going to the public, bro. A lot of my dogs I'm gonna be keeping. It's just it's a consequence of how I do what I do. You know what I mean?
But you know what though? That's old school. That's not a consequence. Like old school breeders you would have not known nothing about. Like let's say like me, I got my own program, and nobody would know nothing about it unless it's somebody I know personally, and they'll be like, somebody would be like, "Oh, where'd you get that dog?" And they'd be like, "Oh, I got it from a friend." That's olden day breeders didn't even want people to know. You had to be in the circle, kind of, to get that kind of love, like you know what I mean? Because they appreciated their blood. It's not like nowadays. Nowadays, everybody just whatever. Oh, you can, and there's nothing wrong with it. But that's an old school mentality on how you doing things. It's good. It's a good thing.
Well, my thing is that I know what blood I want to be the foundation of my program, and it's the Camelot blood, right?
Yeah.
So in order to get that right, I literally have to I have to lock in the Camelot dog that I want first. I got to produce that dog and then cross that dog out into whatever else I'm going to use in my program. Because although Camelot is the foundation, it's like, when Benji Reyes and them dudes, when they bred these big red dogs, they were predominantly hog hunting in the deep South, Florida, swamps and shit like that. I've got different prey up here. Right? I got coyotes and shit. I got bobcats and shit. And those are smaller animals. They're faster animals, more agile animals. And they cover a larger range of territory in terms of, how they when in flight or when in fight. So that's what I'm going to try to be breeding for. You understand what I'm saying? I'm trying to breed for dogs that are going to be capable of catching a quarry up here. You know what I mean? But at the same time, give me that versatility that Camelot dogs provide. You know what I mean? Because my dogs is ready to go on anything 2 legs or 4 legs.
Yeah, like with me, like I said, I'm never like, I'm not gonna say I'm happy those puppies passed, but that Thanos and Juju breeding. I mean, the male he's nice, like the one I saved, and he's getting big now, and you'll see he's coming along well. But I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm gonna stick with, like I told you, like I'm gonna come to you or Kenny, or like I got a dude named Cletus, or some of the people I saw on your lives for like sperm, or like if I want to get a female and keep it like that, because I like that clean look, and then I'm gonna keep the what's his name, Thor and Juju, like on I'm gonna keep the red lines and stuff like that, 2 red lines, and then I'm gonna keep the Peterson and Camelot to Peterson and Camelot. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like,
right, got you.
because like I just honestly I love the other dogs, but I just love the structure of my male and collie structure. Like to me, that's the
Yo,
perfect dog.
I've always said, bro, your first two dogs were your best two dogs.
Like
Thanos and Callie. Oh
yeah,
my God, I love those two dogs, yo.
I like I like the
And I
structure.
love them together.
Bro, you should see the male I kept Arizona. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how, but you know, Thanos was inbred, so like the size I guess comes out when you cross it, but their son right now that I kept, he's a monster, man. And he has more
He's
drive
bigger
than
than Thanos.
yeah, he has more drive than his pops. He looks like his grandpa. That's how his grandpa used. That's why I kept him. Like how I got Thanos was like I like
And he's
the
off of Thanos and Callie, right?
yeah, I like the grandpa, and his name was Golden Boy, and I was like, man, you know, I want that dog when he was 6 months, and the dude kept nah, 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 and then when he finally bred him, I was like, you know what, I'll take Thanos. And when I went to pick him up, what I did was this is what I do. When let's say if I'm the dude who comes in to pick the first pick, I tell the breeder if it's males or females, put a bowl of food down and then let the puppies go. And whoever dominates the bowl and they respect, that's who I pick. That's me. That's how.
Okay.
You know. What I mean, I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but that's something I learned from my brother when he was doing German Shepherds. Like you go to the breeder if you are coming there to pick and others ain't taking, put the bowl down and let the puppies go, and whoever dominates and everybody kind of is like, then that's the kind of dog you want because it shows confidence and leadership. You know what I mean?
Right, right. And he's pretty much going, at least at that point, he's the alpha amongst his little, you know what I mean? Amongst
Yeah,
his litter.
yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna keep the
But
red lines for, and then I'm gonna keep because I like them both, but I just love the structure that Thanos has, bro. It's lovely.
I mean, that's the beauty. Like they have the best structure, yo.
Yeah, yeah. And like I said, they're athletic. Like I never I mean, I know Thanos can run and do all that, but he's a big boy. He gets to a point where he's like, okay, he'll get tired. But now seeing him, like I said, he'll clear a 6-foot fence like it's nothing. I can't even now let him off the yard because I used to let him through the yard to just, you know, run around and play. Now I gotta watch him because if another dog's outside the yard and he sees him, he could just jump over and go get him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro.
So it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, you
it's a
got to be ready now.
yeah different kind of lifestyle now.
So listen, right? Have you ever had Thanos and his son out together?
Nah, he'll go crazy. I don't know because when they're on the cage, like when his son goes there, he'll chill, look at him, and then start growling type shit. But when
See,
they were
that's my whole shit, man. Like right now, Bull can go to Solo's cage and he'll lick Solo's face. And for the most part, Solo is kind of reserved about how much.
is it just me?
Okay, my bad, y'all. Phew, that was scary. I don't know what happened. My whole joint just shut down on us. I'm glad we back in the building though. That's what's up. That's what's up. All right. So in terms of keeping dogs off of a litter, um, or I was just saying that there you go. All right. My bad, bro. I don't know what
Man,
point
man,
just shut down on me.
even Mind of Bullies was like Zula still in the show. Like, nah, bro. He came off. He wasn't even me. What they
Yeah,
saying?
man. My joint just kind of tapped out on me. I don't know what happened there, bro.
Hey,
But it's all good.
Santana, Red Dogs, bro. Nah, I'm a respiratory therapist. Like, I deal with people on life support. If you somebody who smokes and you have like COPD, asthma, I do like heart surgery. After you get out of heart surgery, I get you off the life support. I put like it's just a whole variety of things. I mean, you do what doctors do at the same time, but you don't get paid like doctors do. You get paid like nurses and things like that. It's not a
You know
bad
what's so
gig.
funny? That's what my daughter wanted to be like when she was like, I don't know, 8 or 9 years old. I used to ask her, Samaya, what you gonna be? She used to tell me a respiratory therapist. Like,
Hey, you
where
know
does an
what?
8-year-old get an idea about respiratory therapy? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, that's so
you
funny.
know what's crazy is like I was supposed to be an orthopedic surgeon, and like I went through life. Like honestly, like I went through this thing where I figured out like I wanted to do the dog thing, and like corporate's not for me. And honestly, the loans of paying back and going through all that school, and when I would go on my
Right.
internship.
Astronomical debt.
Yep, and when I went my internship, I noticed most of them are depressed and like single, like divorced, like they don't have time for life, like only probably 3 weeks out of the whole year. You know what I mean? And I was like, I don't want to do that my whole life. And then when I'm older, then I start thinking I'm gonna enjoy life. Like I really like this dog stuff. I mean, it's a lot of stress where you got to deal with people who don't know the dogs, the neighbors, and unless you got those smaller dogs like the micros and stuff, like they don't really
Right,
do it.
right.
But when you got these kind of dogs, man, it comes with scrutiny. It comes with, like for example, some people will think because they're not like small, they're not worth. Like right now, I got one female left, and everybody who wants it, I tell them the price, they be like, oh nah, man, like that's too expensive or something. Like it's not worth uh the price like a blue dog. I'm like, nah, you just don't know what you got. You know what I mean? Like you don't know. Because most of the people after they buy my dogs, man, they'll hit me up like, man, this was a great buy. This dog has life and things like that. And to me, a dog that's just there is not a dog, man. Like you just have it. I mean, unless you're some old person and you
I
in the
got
city.
I got a saying. My saying is like, so what you got dogs? What you gonna do with them?
Yeah.
Right? So what you got dogs? What you gonna do with them? Because at the end of the day, like, and I did an interview with bank statement bullies, right? Um, and the conversation got kind of deep. I ain't even expected to go there, but one of the things that we forget, bro, is like these dogs have expectations of us. We always talk about what it is we want in a dog and what we want from a dog and what we expect of a dog. But we forget, man, that our dogs have expectations of us. There's certain things that they look for us to do on a regular basis. And if you
Yep.
got a high prey drive, working breed type dog, man, that dog is expecting you to help it express its nature. That dog
Yep.
is expecting to work. Like my dogs literally come to me and say, yo, like Raina will take her mouth, grab my forearm, and pull me. Like, bro, let's go. It's
It's
time
about
to go.
yeah. It's about that time. It's
Yeah,
about
man.
man.
So you have to understand the mentality on the dogs, bro.
Hey, let me ask you this, bro.
Shoot.
What do you feel about Texas? It's a two-part question. Like, what do you feel about Texas saying you can't chain your dog? And then how do you feel now about, I guess, vets all over the country are starting to send out messages that they're not doing AIs or progesterone testing for dogs like micros and nanos and stuff like that, because they're acting like it's an epidemic that those dogs are out there and they're not
It
healthy.
is. It is. I agree with some of that shit. Now, Texas saying you can't chain your dog, I think that's
Yeah.
total bullshit. The very fact that, I done did time, B. I know what it is to be in a cage. You understand? I know what it is. Even if you can just step out of that cage and walk back and forth in front of it and have the space to do that, like that means something, yo. Like that helps a little bit. So putting a dog in a kennel, putting a dog in a crate, putting a dog in a cage. Understand that's not natural to the dog, first of all, right? And then the dog is in that, and it just has to stay there and can't control anything about the situation until you allow it to, right? All right. It's okay. It's okay. So if you don't allow that dog to take care of itself, to meet its basic needs, that dog is fucked. And I know if I'm in a position like that where I'm totally reliant upon somebody else for everything I gotta do, that can wreck anybody mentally. Listen,
Yeah,
baby,
it's
that's enough.
that's
Raina, enough. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, no, I'm saying, yeah, that's stressful. Like, I didn't understand it. I'm like, the world's changing, and what it is, like, honestly, I feel that they want to shut down on breeders who can't. I won't. I don't want this to come off messed up. Like, afford it in a sense. Like saying, I think what's going on with all this, a lot of people getting dogs now and trying to do this, and it's because of COVID. Because they said after COVID that the breeders went up 3 times more. Like there's 3 times
Listen,
more breeders
listen.
after
Certain
COVID.
shit, bro. Certain shit is like, you know. I'll put it this way: if you give people a reason, like they'll do anything, right? You give people enough time and space, they'll do anything. They coming up with all these reports and all of this, saying this and that and the third about the stats. The fact of the matter is, yo, man, that people were already on a craze with this bully thing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, you really can't pinpoint what a bully is, where they start, where they stop, exactly what makes up a bully. There's so much, like, that is one dog fad that I don't see ending well. So
Yeah.
when the vet starts stepping in saying, well, they're not going to do the AIs on the exotics and the so forth, my question is, why not? What's your reasoning for not doing it?
I
Right?
honestly, I think they acting like it's over.
Because everybody's wanting them done. Those
Yeah.
those dogs have to have cesareans. A lot of those dogs die giving birth to them pups. It is something of a problem. My
And this,
issue with it is the vets stepping up because of they consider it a real like health concern, or they step or they're saying something, man, because there's some monetary issues involved. And it's usually it's been my experience that they more worried about how it's affecting their bottom line, how it's affecting their business.
yeah. And hold on, D Jen, you're right, bro. In Europe, in England, you cannot have more even than 2 dogs unless you have a license to breed. Yes, it's gonna come to that point. What I think also is going on is that, okay, like me, I've always had dogs, so I've always been doing it. But then you find those people that will see like the dude from the Hulk with the dog, and then they're like, well, he's selling $15,000 a pup, and then you go out here, you buy all these dogs, you breed them, and then you can't even let them go, and then you hold on to them, and then you start letting them go for lower than what you thought because you seen somebody else, and then and then so when there's a lot of people doing that, it's harder to control. Like like I swear to God, like now, even on YouTube, I was thinking about deleting my page because I'm like, damn, I'm starting to see 1 million YouTube, you know what I'm saying, pages. Like it never, remember like 2 years ago, bro, it was only a few of us on here.
Right,
Now,
right.
and I can't.
Yes, it's definitely a whole lot more people doing it. Like, but I see, like, this is my thing, bro. And I can honestly say this. I didn't see a whole lot of red dogs when I first started this shit. You know what I mean? And then it just seemed like after a certain point, people that already had dogs on their channels were suddenly popping up with red dogs. You understand what I'm saying? I don't even really, to me, it's one thing to see it. It's another thing to even give a fuck. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, it's like, all right, you can't really jock all my moves. You can't do none of that. I am who I am. I'm going to be who I be. The dogs are who they are. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I didn't come out saying, oh, please subscribe to my channel. I just put my dogs up there and people subscribe. So honestly, that tells me that the channel really belongs to the public. This is not my doing. This channel belongs to y'all. Like the whole fact that we can sit here and do this and chop this up is because y'all set this stage, right? Because honestly, I wasn't doing this when I started.
You the first authentic channel like I ever met and I seen it grew. Because with me, when I did it, man, I don't lie to you, I got obsessed with it. It gave me something to do, man. When I stopped hanging out in the streets and hanging out with certain people, I ain't got nothing to do. So making videos is actually like my hobby now. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, because I don't need the money. Like, that's one thing I didn't want to do when I started my channel. And it's not to stun on nobody, but like saying I don't need these dogs or I don't need the things I'm doing to live the lifestyle like I live, you know, like I always tell my wife, like I want people to understand the things I get because I'm here at work or I'm doing something like I cut trees. I do certain side gigs too.
Right. Absolutely.
To get it. But me, I started getting obsessive, you know, making the intro, doing all that. But you just posted your shit and it just boom. That's authentic, bro. That's original. Like
to me, that lets you know it's about the dogs. I don't ever play a game and try to make like even in this neighborhood, right? 99% of the people.
Hey, hold on real quick. Hold on. Can you put the link for Bando? He said, how does he get in? Bando. He said
oh, come on, I got you, bro. What? Got you.
Go ahead, but go ahead.
All right. So you know, again, it's just really about the dogs, bro. Even in this neighborhood right here, you know, I could walk to the store 1 million times a day and nobody would ever see me, right? Nobody would ever notice, like, because I play low key. I come from a low key lifestyle. You understand what I'm saying? I come from a lifestyle where it paid to stay low key. Put it that way. In fact, I have a saying, you know, solo was the key to staying so low key. There was no codes when I sold those keys, but we ain't gonna get into that, right? To really bring these dogs out, they automatically grab people's attention. I'm talking police, firefighters, you know, whoever. The old lady crossing the street, you know, they automatically, people look and they say, yo, you know what? That's an exceptional dog. People in their 60s, 70s, they never had a dog in their life. Suddenly say, I want one of those.
Yeah.
Now I know better than to give her one of my puppies. But at the end of the day, lady. Man. Yeah, one of my neighbors, man. She seen Bull. She was like, I want one just like him. But y'all ain't got no dogs. You, your husband, y'all got a bunch of kids, grandkids, whole family hang out. You know, y'all been here forever as far as I can see. But you ain't gonna get no dog like this out of me. Because, you know, they ain't ready for it. But I just say that to say that the dogs really are the star of the show as far as I'm concerned. Now, how you care for those dogs, what you do for those dogs, makes you an important part of their lives. You understand what I'm saying? The move you made as far as getting the land, setting up the kennels and all of that, like that's critical shit. And I can't talk to a single dog man, right? who wouldn't opt for that situation. Yo, my own land, me and my dogs, away from everybody else, where can't nobody say shit about what we do here. You understand? Like,
yes, sir.
That's a dog man's dream, bro.
And you know what's
and there's a salute for that.
Hey, I appreciate it. What's crazy is like that's why when people saw me in the crib, like people didn't understand that. They were like, you know, I would get private messages like, "What are you doing?" You know, that's not a life. But I knew where I was trying to, you know, what I'm saying, where I was trying to head, what I was trying to do, and it just everything takes time, bro. And you know, even with me, I enjoy it, but it comes with the price. Like when I just got paid, I had to spend over like, you know, what I'm saying, 2 bands just on securing things and keep. It's like as soon as I think I got something for the kennels and where I moved to and I've understood, then there's more you can still do. You get what I'm saying? The work
Exactly.
the work never stops. So even when I
Yo,
come
yo,
out,
yo.
oh
What's
shit,
good with you, bro? You in the building? Come on in,
Yes,
bro.
sir. Thanks for having me on. They already know what's up.
All
Raw
day,
feed the
bro.
best feed, sucker freeze the movement. Yeah.
Holla.
Hey, why you guys sound like hella low though?
yeah.
Hold up.
It
I'm
wasn't
trying to
sounding
move
like
up.
that when I first got on.
Is it
I
still
gotta
low?
probably do something with my mic, yo.
Cause I'm on, I don't know. I sound good.
Yeah,
you
sound
sound straight,
good,
bro. I can hear
Oh
you.
shit! Well, I'm gonna have to just concentrate. Hey, that was
Put
a
him in
hell of
the
a
chat.
game,
Can
huh?
y'all hear the brother?
Yeah, we can hear him. He's loud as hell.
Oh,
That
that's
game
good.
was
That's what's up.
fire
That's what's
though.
up. That's what's up.
Mine on bullies. What's happening?
Let's get it, yo. Let's get it.
What you guys are talking about?
We was talking about a little bit of everything, man, but I started the subject off, man, like I'm taking the dogs out into the woods, right? Now Solo kind of needs to develop his prey drive and his task. You know what I mean? He needs to be on task a little bit more. He's still a pup, he's still young, but I want
How
him
old
to
is he?
kind of shadow bull in the process.
How old is he?
He's he'll be 12 months February 13th. He'll be a year old February 13th.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, at his age, Raina had already, you know, made a few kills. You know what I mean? She already caught a few bodies.
All right.
So, I want him to shadow Bull in the woods. You know what I mean? While he watch Bull do his thing, I just don't want it to turn ugly. You understand? Right now, he's not hot like that. But in a high prey drive situation where we actually developing and stimulating this prey drive, there's, you know what I mean? Like there's always that potential that something could go wrong. So that's kind of like my concern right now. That's and that's what we was chopping it up about, man. Ways to avoid yard accidents in the field.
Well, shit. Hey, let me tell you, like real true shit. Like I had I had a nice little experience, and I had what I noticed and what I learned is that it all started. It was like chain of command. Like when I first had Bando, I had a studio apartment, and from my studio apartment, I bought this house. So therefore, what I'm saying is that when I had my studio, it was just Bando. Right when I got this house, I got Mozzie. And Bando used to fuck with Mozzie. And then once Mozzie got a certain age, then they would get into it. Then when Aki came into the picture, Mozzie used to fuck with Aki. And then once Aki got to a eye level with Mozzie, which was a young age, around maybe like 4 months, 5 months, Mozzie used to take advantage of her. But once they get a certain age, they flare up. Oh, yeah. And they're non-submissive. Best believe me, you're going to have some yard incidents. You better catch it while you can.
Well, that's my whole point of like kind of chopping it up about this shit. Because I can already see like the potential for something to go wrong. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm really trying to avoid that situation altogether, bro.
And listen, hey, bro, Imperial, and those are big dogs. Like what I'm trying to say is like when I told you the 3 females was fighting Juju, I had her. She's one of my thickest ones. I had her in there, but Kali and Tombi, they kind of the slim, kind of fit. But bro, they were strong. Now imagine those two males and you trying to separate them boys.
Well, Ray, didn't you have already a little incident when you guys was on the flirt pole and shit?
Yeah, man. Like, but
Yeah,
that
I
wasn't
seen
like
that
just
shit. Hey,
one
I couldn't
incident.
do it.
I
Hey,
didn't have
I would
to
have
deal with
backed up.
3 of them.
I would have
Like
backed up.
those
I couldn't
videos
do
from
it.
back then. You see the brown and white female. The brown and white female. She was kind of like all white with the brown spots. Her and Star used to get into it more than Bull.
Ooh.
Bull would always get involved.
I don't know. I see one.
Because Star
I see
was
one
hopping
with
on
the
Henny.
flirt pole with 2 dogs.
The one where he
male
flipped
and female, or it could have been.
Is it the one where he
males.
flipped the other dog? Is that the one where he like suplexed the
So
other dog?
that was Bull.
Yeah, this fool wrestling with them and shit like they're crocodiles.
Yeah, that shit was legendary.
Bull and Star.
I couldn't do that. I would have backed up. Fuck that. We could get injured.
You would have let him get tired.
Listen, if I'd have backed up,
yeah, hell yeah,
Star
sure.
would have died. If I'd have backed up, Star would have died, Joe.
You think so?
She dove on him first. She was in his throat. My nigga. He turned that shit around so fast, I had to pick Star up. When Star, you kind of seen Star walk across the screen, that bitch went and collapsed over by the fence.
What you think triggered it? What you think triggered it? Just because you was getting one dog was getting more of your attention than the other?
I was disciplining. See, what really triggered the whole shit was the fact that I had 2 females in heat, and he was already amped up on a multivitamin. So earlier that day, he was trying to get at the females in a cage, and I wouldn't let him.
And
I
two,
made
bro,
him get back in his cage. The nigga actually growled at me when that happened. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, and I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I just pushed his ass back in his crate. And I waited till later to bring him and Star out.
And
so that took place. Once I disciplined his ass, Star's that bitch though. Star was right or die.
Yeah, it's always them bitches too.
Listen,
yeah.
The other thing that it is though is that people forget these dogs. Like when we were talking about, they have memory and they have personalities. I think when you kind of punk them, like he was on the bitch, like bitch, get on me, get off me. And then when you punked him, like trying to show him that you're alpha, he can't show his aggression to you, but he could tell that bitch like,
well,
you see what
the
you
bitch
started?
snatched him. The bitch grabbed him.
Like,
she jumped on him. You think he was gonna let
the
her
females
get away
be
with
tripping
that?
like that?
Nah.
He was like, you embarrassing me in front of Pops? You embarrassing me in front of Pops?
That wasn't the first time they fought though, right? That was just the first time they got into it because of each other. Usually when they got into it before that, it was because of Star starting shit with Henny. So Star and Henny be going at it, and Bull always favored Henny. You know what I mean? Because he came in, he had been with Henny 6 months.
Hey, Ray, I got a question for you. Not to cut you off, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
What made you get into the Camelot dogs? Like, why did you get into so many other dogs? Why then?
So I come from a game bred background, right?
Right.
And I'm not going to say game bred because that's too loose of a term. I'm going to get very
now
specific.
It is
box bred, right? I come from a box bred background, and I've seen band dogs that had that trait of Mastiff and Pit, and they were very stable, balanced dogs. But when thrown in the box, man, they always came out on top. You know what I mean? Whether it was the superior size or strength or whatever you want to call it, but even rode that catch weight, them dogs was very they handle business and then they just go back to normal. And I
depending on certain breeds and yeah.
So when I ran into the Camelot, right, I wasn't even thinking Camelot at the time. I was thinking I wanted a red-nosed male to put on top of my red-nosed female. That's all I was really thinking. When I seen the
what year was this? What year was this?
Oh, this had to be just 2016.
All right.
Just 2016. So when I grabbed, I had the female for maybe about a year before I decided I wanted to put a male on top of her. She showed me what I wanted to see, so I was like, yeah, I could definitely keep a pup off this bitch here. So I went and got him because he fit the bill, right? He fit what I was looking for in terms of temperament, in terms of size, in terms of appearance. So I'm like, why not? But I always suspected that he wasn't pure box bred American Pit Bull Terrier.
Why? What made you say that? Well, the
Because
features, like
of
what, the weight and size
his
of the dog
size, right? His head size
was
and
huge.
his muscular and his bone structure and his muscular structure.
He was more
right?
thicker.
Right. So with the band dogs, you tend to see that bigger bone structure. You tend to see the bigger head, and you tend to see a heftier up front because they are meant to sort of subdue their prey and press down on their prey. So their upper body is usually a little bit more developed, right, than your typical box bred dog, who tends to keep the upper body slim. So, you know, you can kind of avoid dogs easily getting in there, right? A bulkier dog is easier to grab, so to speak. Unless that motherfucker's like steel, and then trying to grab it does the dog no good. Stars living proof. Well, no longer living proof of that. But that sounds crazy, but it's a fact. So that's what I saw. I suspected him as a band dog, right? So when I got him, I spent the better part of 6 or 7 months trying to prove he was not an American Pit Bull Terrier.
Right.
I didn't even look at his pet. I wasn't even into pedigrees. I didn't give a damn about none of that. But he got me educated fast because everything he did was pit. Like he was just pure pit, man. And I couldn't, you know, like there was nothing else that I could even attribute this to. I'm sitting back saying, like, why does he act like that, bro?
Right.
And it's literally because it's just pure pit in him. So that's when I had to go and look at his pedigree. How the fuck are these dogs bred? What the fuck is an American Staffordshire Terrier? Oh, you mean that's 100% APB genetics underneath another name? Wow. Okay. That's why he act like that. Because he comes from the oldest blood, old family red-nosed dogs, and the oldest American Staff. American Staff is the oldest fucking APBT blood on the planet. I'm sorry. That's what it is, man. It's pure 100% untampered. Like whatever they was running back then, Tudor, Corvino, and them, that's what's in them ASTs, B.
Yeah.
So
what made you get into the raw? What made you get into the raw?
Well,
and how long did it take you to get your formula now? Where your dog
once you start looking at what a dog is, how it operates, well, then you immediately stop playing with that kibble. And I hate to say that, that's not a knock on anybody who uses kibble, but if you only got a couple of dogs and you can afford to, and you understand the difference of what protein does for a dog's system, how much of that kibble is just filler, doing absolutely nothing for your dog is passing it out, and like it's you might as well be feeding them air.
But how long did it take you to get your formula now where your dog shit come out like 2-3 turds?
I'll put it this way. I'm always evolving my formula. There are things I want in their diet right now that I can't put in their diet because I don't have access to those things.
Of course.
But
general sake, where you know how to fluctuate with the shit where it come out perfect, like not too hard and sure not watery.
So how long did it take? That took about a good, I would say, 1.5, 2 years in.
Okay.
What's crazy with me, what happened that really made me stick with the raw, like I use both. Both. But there was a time when I just had 3 dogs and I would just do the raw all the time, right? And then I would take let's say a month or 2 off of work, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take a break. I don't want to work, and then so I would have to fuck with my budget, so I just get the kibble, and then picking up the shit was like, what the fuck? That's what made me stick with the raw, because I was like, you know what? Forget this. You know what I mean? Like the shit's different. There's more of it. There's this and that. But then when I used to just do raw, it was like cleaner, less messy, and
Yeah.
less of it. You know what I mean? That's what I won't lie to you and be like, oh, I found something now. I just the shit. That's what convinced me. Like, you know what? I'm gonna have to. And now having more dogs, I just mix it up.
Yup. That's what. But like, what do you guys use to like, say if you want to use raw, but at the same time you want your dogs to gain weight? What's up? What do you guys mix up with it? You know, put together.
So, like, really muscle or weight
Like, say
on the
during the
dog.
winter time, like
I
around
want
here,
to
we
see
have
muscle on
outside
the
dogs.
dog,
What you use?
right? If I want to,
Okay.
so that's when you start mixing in a lot of your fats and your oils, right? Like one of the best things that you can get for a dog, especially in that winter season, is beef tallow, right? Beef
What
tallow,
how that
you can
shit?
melt that
Hey,
down.
what I was gonna say before you get into that, I was gonna say, the pig fat. But go ahead, explain that. What is beef tallow?
Beef tallow is fat from the bull, right?
Oh
So
shit, I was saying
it
for the
it,
pig.
it looks, it's
Okay.
almost like, in a sense, it's almost
Does
like
it
beef
look like a
lard.
paste, or does it look
It's almost like beef
like a
lard.
fat?
It comes in. It most of the times you'll see it in like big white chunks, almost like bacon, but not as much pink and red in it, right? And it
Yeah.
can be melted down. It's a fat. It's almost like lard.
It come
A
like
lot
a
of people
paste,
use
then, like a
lard in
paste.
place of beef tallow,
You see, with
because
me,
lard is just pig fat. You know what I
with
mean?
me,
Well, no, this shit look like actual fat, like a big thick bacon.
Right. So
with me,
think of your
me,
dog's
I
body,
don't.
right, as a machine, right? Protein is literally the what powers that machine, right? But in order to keep the machine parts running smoothly, you have to oil the machine, and that's where your fats and your oils come in.
Me,
So
Well,
when
that
with
shit
you,
comes into play on just a dog in the backyard, just not even doing nothing. When you feed raw, it helps the skin. You get that natural shine. The grill is clean. All types of shit.
now, if you're doing like barf, if you're doing barf raw, you should get enough fats from what you're feeding, because you feeding like damn near like you feeding pieces of duck, you know what I mean? And you feeding it with the feathers on, basically.
Yeah.
But now, raw, the way I feed, I'm going to the supermarket to get my meat. So
Yeah, me
they
too.
trim this and they do that and they do this and do that. So everything that I want in a piece of meat to give a dog is not necessarily on that one piece of meat. You know what I mean? Then I'm dealing with larger dogs, right? Then like dealing with the box bred dogs. They small, they easy keep to me. You know what I mean? Like they don't require much at all. These dogs require a lot more. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of, you want to make sure that your bigger dogs, as they're growing and as they're getting older, they have joint supplements. Because when you put that bigger bone structure and those heavier organs on the same structure, you know what I mean? The joints, the ligaments, and all of that tend to give way. So you want to make sure that those things are supplemented as the dog is growing, and then also as the dog is getting older. Those are the little things that you gotta, that's the oil in your machine. Your coconut oil, your black seed oil, your wheat germ oil, your salmon oil.
Yeah.
Those fats will help to keep a healthy layer of skin fat on the dog without necessarily growing a gut on the dog. You know what I mean?
Hey, some people love those guts. Relax.
Listen,
Yeah.
Bull
Hey,
has
I'm
a
gonna
gut
say this.
right
Listen,
now. Like, I don't work him no more, because I honestly feel that when I first got him, I overworked him trying to figure out exactly what the fuck he was. Like, I'm not thinking that
I
he
never
should be
seen
doing
an
this.
obese dog that's on a raw diet. I never seen it.
and I'll tell you this,
But you
bro.
can still overfeed on raw.
Yes,
You
you
can
can.
easily overfeed on raw.
Yes, you can. But I
With
never
me,
seen a dog that's
It's not hard at all. Anything you put in front of the dog is gonna consume.
He's gonna eat.
with me,
Right.
bro. With me, like I told you the last show when I was on here, Imperial. Like, I grew up, like, it was weird coming here, hearing, You know, the only thing I knew was like you don't give dog chocolate like constantly.
Or
Right.
raisins.
Ever.
So
Chocolate,
that,
raisins, peanuts, ever.
yeah.
Well,
So
I don't know. I give my dog peanut butter.
yeah.
Peanut
So
butter is different.
so
Don't give them
anyway,
peanuts.
Anyway,
Don't
I
ever
gave
give your dog any seeds, any like nuts, like none of that shit.
I grew up giving my dogs everything. Like, you know, I'd be like, oh, I'm done with the cereal. Go give it to the dog. You know,
Yeah.
hey, oh, the kid or somebody didn't finish their plate. Go give it to the dog.
But that's
You know,
dogs in general.
yeah, but no, but nowadays, bro, everybody acts like this is what I don't like about now. Like saying it's not simple anymore. People like complicated, like they some, you know, some code you have to crack and it's really gonna, you know what I'm saying, do this. And it's like, nah, bro, it ain't that
You know
much.
what it is? You know what
What?
it is? Everything's out to the extreme because it's a money value on this. So
Oh,
I was about to
therefore,
say that.
it's a
You're not dealing with mongrels
you
no more.
gotta
Now you're
understand.
dealing
I
with
remember
purebred.
growing up, I wanted a dog. I look in the newspaper and find a dog for $50, and that motherfucker get hit by a car and all types of crazy shit, and still pushing. You know,
Yep.
like,
Hey, you know, hey,
like
that's facts, bro. Growing up,
and it's just a good, rugged, sturdy dog is just overpriced and value is sad, you know.
and it's crazy. You find the dogs that are out there like that don't have families. Like I grew up in Africa, so like some dogs didn't have homes. They just in the neighborhood. And what he just said, you know how many dogs, bro? That brings back memories when I was a kid, seeing hit by a car and you're like, damn, he's dead. He just get up and go. Or like a dog with no family that just eats everywhere. And it lasts longer than the people who had dogs that were eating good in a good house and things like that. And you like, man, when is that stray dog gonna die? You know, because it stays in that regular neighborhood, and it's like 15 years later or 10 years later, and you're
And then
like, what
dogs
the
keep
fuck?
on pushing, man. Then
Yeah,
dogs they know how to. So you know, it's just it's a big money scheme. Everybody's
When I was
doing
growing
it, you
up,
know. And, you
there
know,
was a
it seems
such
like
thing as stray dogs. Like there was this real such thing as stray dogs. You walk through the street, there were stray dogs everywhere. Like it was not an uncommon thing to see stray dogs. Now, I haven't seen a stray dog in I don't know how long.
I
Like out
honestly, I
here,
see it in the hood. I see it in the
I
hood.
up here, you nowhere in the hood, nowhere. You will not find a straight. Now, as far as cats go, cats run the fucking town.
they
But a
survive.
stray dog?
Cats
Oh no.
survive any weather.
Oh no. Ain't no stray dogs.
They don't need no dog house. They don't need shit.
Hey, Bando,
They
that
they
shit
put a
brought
stop to
back
that kind of shit, Joe.
memories, bro.
No,
That
it
In
just
this town now, like where I am, you gotta have your dogs registered. Right?
yeah.
You gotta go to the town and register that you got these dogs. And I think you gotta renew your registry every year. Dogs gotta prove they had their rabies, this, that, and the third. Like, see, when it was just your mongrel, you know, your little mutt, and you know, it was the family mutt, and you just scrape off the plate into its bowl and let them rock out. That's different than, you know, when you get to to the business side of this. Like these people have made this a whole industry, yo. So you can't even have a dog unless you pay.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't have a dog unless you pay. Now, me, I have to register my dogs. Why? Because if I don't, all these people in the neighborhood with dogs unregistered, the first time my dog gets into a conflict with one of them or barks at them the wrong way, they sending them people to my house. I don't have police come knocking on my door, bro.
Yeah.
Police could not for nothing happened. My dog didn't do nothing, but they just want to know where the house is where these dogs live and who got them. These dogs attract that kind of attention. And then when you put that drive to them, you put the actual qualities and characteristics to that. Oh yeah, man, you're gonna have a whole fucking public hoopla about this shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Real shit, man.
Man, I love dogs, man. I just come from an era where dogs were really, really like they're really what they were, you know. But now it's just you just gotta find them, you know. It's a lot of good dogs out there, though, man. It
is and
the
it really
dog
depends
is
on the
only
breeder,
as
bro.
good as the men behind the dog. So that part,
and that's exactly my point, bro. It depends on the
that part.
breeder.
You
How
know?
many dudes got band dogs and can actually say them dogs is athletic as say a Hitler?
Oh yeah,
Right?
but at the
You know what
same
I mean?
time,
Like
it's just what.
there
As
is a
for
difference,
myself,
bro.
I'm at the beginning. I'm in the beginning stages, but I'm good with what I got going. You know, they do their job.
Bro,
Shit,
I ain't even
And you know
scratched
what?
the surface of
And,
where I'm going.
and
they
you
do
know
their
what?
job.
You know what, Bando? What it just hit me like what I got where I'm okay now is like I'm sticking with what I got. I ain't getting nothing more anymore, and I'm just happy with what I have. Like saying, I don't want to be one of those people constantly collecting dog. The only dog that I finally got was my female rot, just so it can watch the yard when I'm not there. I let those loose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But besides that, bro, I think a lot of people don't know how to get to that point where you say, okay, I've got enough dogs and let me just mess with these for like 3 or 4 years, then put something new in.
You know what? Not to cut you off, Zulu Nation, but I'm good too. Like, somebody was like, "Do you take your dogs to the vet?" I was like, "No, I don't. I don't." And like, she was like, "What?" Like, "No, I don't take my dogs. Why? They're healthy, you know." And it's just like I have a dog. It'd be 90 degrees outside, 8 o'clock at night, and she's running for like an hour and 30 minutes up and down the desert. You know, just a good dog with health. It's just, you
Yeah.
can see a good dog.
Your dog, it's hard to even keep weight on your dogs, bro. Just
Oh,
because of the
they're a little
environment.
chunky right now.
Like just because of the environment, like that kind of heat, them dogs should never be fat.
They're gonna make or break your dog. Like right now, it's like 45 degrees outside.
That's cold for out there, B.
It's cold. It's
That's
cold.
cold for
I'm
out there,
in the
man.
high desert. It's cold.
Real shit.
Nico.
But when it get
Listen,
hot, it get hot. Ain't no
that's good
heat
money,
stroke,
yo.
none of that going on. My dogs are durable. That's all I'm saying. They come with good health. They're good family dogs, man. It's just, everybody got dogs, but at the end of the day, it's just, have a dog with a purpose, and if it fits your needs, get the motherfucker.
Yeah, because bro, I was like, I had dogs. And I
God
was like,
damn, it's not that hard, Damn.
Crazy.
It's crazy, but hey, it is what it is. Like, if you got bullshit, it's gonna be revealed. If you got good shit, it's gonna be revealed. That's why some people they come up with this phrase, and I realize why. I only select and sell to certain few. Now, it could be a good thing or it could be a bad thing. They only sell to people that ain't gonna do nothing with them, that just gonna have them in a backyard, and their coverage not gonna be revealed, and he's selling for top dollar. Or else they only sell them to people that are really gonna work these dogs. Yeah, it's a 50-50 coin. There's a coin toss. You feel me?
Right. Yes, indeed.
It's a finesse. It's a finesse. That's all it is. But at the end
But
of the
see,
day,
this is my thing, bro. And y'all gonna hear me say this a million times. I really didn't plan on selling a whole lot of dogs to the public. Like what I was doing was really for me. You know what I mean? It was a private affair. Me and Zulu was talking about that a little while ago. I don't do too much fancy shit with the videos because the whole idea is really just the dogs, right? Like people caught on because they like the dogs, and
right.
that I fuck
Or
with that
just
all day long,
the dog lingo.
right? So my thing is that if I'm doing right by my dogs, then that should show, right? And that'll continue to do whatever it does, for people that are interested. If
The
I'm
dog
not
will speak
doing
for
right by
itself.
my dogs, if I'm doing something wrong with my dogs, then it should definitely be reflected in the feedback I'm getting. And that's one of the things that for me it was a challenge. First of all, I wanted to just journal what I was doing with my dogs. I didn't really think it was going to catch on and become a public thing. You know what I mean? So when it did go public, then it became a challenge for me, to say like, yo, am I really, really, making sure that I have my dog's best interests, right? Because when I started out, I know what I wanted to do. But damn, now I have to take into account who the dog actually is and what its tendencies are. So Solo might not be cut out for the woods. Maybe he's cut out for the weight track. You understand what I'm saying? Maybe he's cut out for the show ring. I don't know. He's gonna tell me that. But at the end of the day,
that's what I told you.
My goal is a breeding is a program that's designed to produce working dogs for my situation. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
I wasn't really thinking about, everybody else in the bully world and this world and that world, and I wasn't concerned with that. You know what I mean? I think me and Bank Statement was chopping it up for a while, bro. Like I did an interview with the brother, man. I think that joint went like 2 hours or something. But
Bank?
Yeah,
I fuck with Bank. I fuck with him.
All day, man. All day. I'm trying to get some of that music on my shit.
Yeah, all right.
But on the real, that's what it was. It was really just me doing a private thing, a personal thing.
And that's what I told you. I said, I appreciate about you that I've learned having so many dogs that I learned that, like Kali and Thanos are so selfish because I grew up learning those dogs and to the fullest extent. But now having many dogs, I'm only limited to how much. Like instead of learning them something that it takes me a year.
They can't get that one-on-one time.
Yeah, so
so many hours in a day.
It takes long. So that's why I be telling people on these videos, like, you want to do this, it's not for everybody. Like, I'm really happy, like, out there doing, like the other day I didn't sleep for 2 days because I got out of work, and then by the time I get in, I got to do the dogs, and then I'm like, oh shit, I got to go take them to get the new rabies shot. I'm at the vet 3-4 hours, because you thinking I'm just going to go clean, walk a couple of them. That's a 2-3 hour thing. I'm done. So I clean, walk a couple of them. Oh, they got to go do the rabies. I go do the rabies. I come back here, and then the next day they something. And if you don't have that mindset, if you just want to be that person who just comes home and it's not for you, you know what I mean? It's not. And I feel like I could have been given them more. Maybe like in the future when I'm just doing the dogs without the job. But right now I go to work too. So like, that's why I told you, I appreciate that you one-on-one. Like I miss that. I miss that super one-on-one with my dogs. And those 2 dogs are the most selfish ones because you could tell they miss it too. Like they're happy, they're comfortable, they know they love, but they're like, I remember when it was just a few of us, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's the different, that's why like in the future, I'm going to try to put like, I'm trying to set up where I can put like a playground for the dogs, but everything takes time, bro. Like I spent so much money getting that crib, getting everything. Like I told you, I just spent a couple of bands the other day fixing up other stuff. So like, as soon as I think this is done, I got to do this. As soon as, you know what I mean? And it's like constant work. I'm waiting to get to a point where everything's copacetic and it just flows. Right now, I'm trying to find the flow.
I'll put it to you honestly. I don't think that point ever comes. And I say that because like certain experiences I had with things I did in the past, it would be like, I would say to myself, okay, once I hit this level, then I know like I could just kind of put it on cruise control and I don't have to, you know what I mean? I don't have to keep grinding, so to speak. I don't have to keep pushing the pace.
Yeah.
But that never happens, yo. Like even with my dogs, B, I wasn't supposed to have these dogs I got right now. Like I had 2 whole other dogs, right? Had to just rinse a whole litter. So now the way this dog shit works, bro, you get sucked in. You get hooked in, man. It's like I know my dog's pedigree. I know my boy. I know he's getting older. I know I want something off of him. So I have to find the right female to match him up with genetically to give me the best chances of getting the same dog or getting a similar dog or getting a dog that has those traits that he has that I admire so much.
Now, how old is his dog?
Bull is 7 now.
Oh, he's still good age.
Oh, yeah, but he's not 3 no more. He's not 4 no more. and
It's a
trust me,
full dog.
right?
Either
A
dog,
dog at 4 years old, dog at 3.5, 4 years old is a different dog than a dog at 7.5 years old.
Yeah.
Like when they hit 7, when they start hitting that 7-year-old, it's almost like a man hitting his 50s.
I could dig it.
But
He
no,
can still
not
get down, but at the end of the day,
they develop a lot slower.
say that again.
Like Mastiffs, they develop a lot slower than what American Pit Bull Terrier
Right.
would develop.
Right. I mean, but I mean, in terms of like with him, I can already see him slowing down. I can already see him mellowing out. You understand what I'm saying? Like when I take him out with Raina, she's the one running all over the place. He used to be that dog. I used to lose him in the boneyard. Like he would be tracking shit so hard, he would literally lose sight of me, lose thought of me. He'd be off doing his own thing. By the time I get home, he's sitting on the front porch. You know what I mean? Like I done lost the dog. But now that motherfucker he don't leave my hip. You know what I mean? That dog is in my hip pocket now. Even when I take the other dog out, you know, she's running all over the place doing what she do. He'll play with her for a little while, but after a while, it's like, go ahead, go do what young dogs do, bitch. You know,
yeah.
This is my pace. This is my
Hey,
lane
what
right
you
here.
wouldn't get into no other type of breed of dog?
Honestly, nah. I mean, I started with Huskies, right? And I love Huskies because
Hold on.
they're the closest thing to a
Hold
wolf.
on. You had Huskies?
Yeah, that shit threw me for a loop too, real quick though.
I started with one Husky, yo. One Siberian Husky. And she wasn't even mine. She belonged to my older brother. But
and then what happened from there?
Like, well, that bitch, she taught me that dogs are like people, right? Like that, like you couldn't yell at that dog. If you yell at that dog or beat that dog, the minute she get outside, if you take the leash off that bitch, she's gone. And we talk in the middle of Spanish Harlem, B. So this bitch is running across Park Avenue. She's running across Lexington Avenue. You know what I mean? Like this bitch is just jetting across major motherfucking streets where traffic is constantly going. So it's like, hold up. We got to come to terms. So I had to learn to talk to that bitch. And she taught me. I used to listen to how Huskies howl and how she did certain shit. Like when she wanted to go out and everybody was being too lazy to take her ass out, so it fell on me to do it. She would like she had a certain, not howl, but almost like a certain
yeah.
But you know it, and when it was very distinct when she wanted to go out, and it was very distinct when like she was hungry. You know, her attitude, everything was different.
Have you ever got bitten by one of your dogs?
Yeah. I purposely stuck my hand in Bull's mouth.
No, what? No, like.
Yeah, because he was trying to bite another dog. Who was your
first dog that ever bit you?
Bull. That's the only dog, and I did that intentionally.
Really?
Other than that, I ain't never been bit. Well, the Husky, me and that bitch fought. Like literally fought. Like leather glove. I went and put the leather jacket on, put the leather gloves on. All right, bitch, we gonna have this out. You know what I mean? Because like, see, my people, I was about 16 years old. And when my people were gifted the dog, she was about 9 or 10 months old. And you think a pit bull is a hard keep as a puppy? Fuck with a Husky.
They say
make you want to kill the dog. Literally.
A Husky's more human too. Like they talk. I've seen videos.
Listen,
like
bro, if you tie the dog up and confine the dog in the house as a puppy, you have to really you got to do like a secure crate, like you would do a pit bull, because they are very smart. They very energetic, very boisterous. They can get out of them motherfuckers, and they will. We tied the bitch up to the door thinking that was going to be it. Came back home and looked like the bitch tried to make pancakes in the house. Literally. Flour, oil. Like the bitch literally just had ingredients strewn all over the house. Like, can you imagine coming home and seeing your crib and the bitch is just sitting there looking at you like this with all this shit on her face? And you like, yo, man. And then, you know what my people told me? You got to beat the dog. Right. You get the newspaper and you beat the dog. When the dog make a mess in the house, you stick their nose in it, you beat the dog and take it outside. Come on, man.
Everybody's different. Everybody's
That
different.
husky would eventually go blind. She got hit by a razor's edge dog when she was maybe about, I want to say about, man, maybe 2 years old. She got hit by this razor's edge dog. And she didn't trust pits after that. And then my little homie, he had a little pit, like a little literally Little Rascal style pit. You know what I mean? Like the bitch had to be Kobe or something. I don't know. But like he could send this bitch up the side of the tree, grab the tree branch, and she just stay up there. Literally, we walk off, go grab a bag of smoke, come back, sit down, blaze up. She's still hanging from the tree. That was Dottie. And Dottie was the bitch that turned my husky on. So once my husky got turned on and I seen that kind of came from a pit, the next chance I had to get my hands on a pit, man, it was just like, let me see what these dogs really do. And I was hooked after that. I had a little red nose named Cognac. And man, that bitch was the truth, man. 6 months old, man. 2 legs or 4 legs. She ain't give a fuck. At 6 months old, bro.
I ain't mad at you.
Yeah, man. She could go to work, bro. And she would hit somebody that she was familiar with. Like once when I got through training her, man, she used to stay in the basement of this house. And there was a dude living down there. He was a retired Major League Baseball player. You know what I mean? He was ex outfielder or something, man. You know, he got injured, whatever. But he used to live down there in the basement, and the dogs were kept down there. So when I went and got baby girl, you know, one day he came in drunk, just like talking shit about her, like, oh man, you know, he see me working with her basically. And he like, oh, I know that dog ain't gonna bite me. And I do anything I want to that dog. I used to feed that dog. And he reached over and he smacked the shit out of him. Now that's something you can't do with me, B. Like, Cognac was my bitch, B. You know what I mean? Like, you can't do that. So I had to prove it to him. Like, bro, I don't care what you think you know about this dog. Like, this dog will fuck you up right now if I tell her to. And he's like, ah, man, she a pup, man. Fuck that bitch. And he sat down on these stairs. And I said, yo, bro, I'm telling you, man. Don't dare me. Like, don't, you know what I mean? Man, you ain't gonna do it. Go ahead, let her go. Go ahead. Man, listen. I pointed that bitch right at him. Let her go. She hopped in his, because he had sat down on the stairs. She hopped in his lap and caught his motherfucking elbow. And from his elbow to his motherfucking wrist, she just gave it one good shake and came off of that thing, B. And by the time he got up, pulled up his motherfucking shirt sleeve, was nothing but leaking. That nigga leaked all on the walls, all the way downstairs to the basement, got me in trouble with my landlord. Because she really wasn't my dog. She was his dog. You know what I mean? She was really his dog. But I used to fuck with her because he was never there. You know what I mean? So, oh shit, my dude in the building, Loyal Bones. What's good with you, bro?
Ain't too much, man. I'm sitting back listening
like,
to y'all.
We just chopping it up, you know, Roundtable. But that's what got me into that shit, bro. That's what got me from like the Huskies into the kids. And then once I really got back into the dogs, man, and I started reading pedigrees, the Camelot dog became the exception because it became the dog that really could do it all. You know what I mean? It became a dog that literally had good instinct, stable temperament, and was ready to go. Like when I take my dogs out, I was telling somebody earlier, I don't do the pack life thing so much as I run a team. I'm the coach. You know what I mean? I don't want motherfuckers suddenly playing alpha with one of the younger pups or, you know what I mean, or with another dog when we in the field, because we got work to do. I don't need you pulling that alpha shit out there. What I need you to do is pay attention to the work at hand.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna get off. I gotta go work, but hey,
All
it's
right,
good.
bro. Good having you on, Zulu.
Hey, glad to see you, Bando, nigga. Back,
Yeah, likewise.
man. You
I
were
couldn't
gone.
stay in the building.
I was on vacation. I'm good though.
Hey, you good? You good though?
I'm straight.
Yes, sir. You stay blessed.
I will.
Emma.
All right, peace, Zulu. But yeah, bro, what's good with you? We just sitting here
Not much,
chopping it
man.
up. I was saying that basically what I'm trying to do is take the dogs in the field, right? Now Solo is not as focused as Raina and Bull is, but he's still young. But this is probably the best time to really get him to learn it because they're not aggressive towards each other at this moment. I'm just saying, like, what measures can we take while I'm in the field to make sure that that doesn't happen? Because now we talking about we literally trying to stimulate his drive, and we want him to get on task like Bull is on task, and should both find something. I don't want them both to clash over what he's trying to do. You understand?
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is you should be getting more one-on-one time with just him doing that. Because when the other dogs, he's a puppy, bro. So he's gonna be distracted. He's not mentally there yet. So in order to get him there, you need more one-on-one time with him. I feel though.
I mean, like,
hey,
don't get me wrong.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bando.
Yeah. Hey, Ray, my bad. I'm about to chime on off.
Okay, bro.
All right.
I appreciate you stopping through. You know, it's all love.
You know, I had a good one with you. Hey, you guys stay right, man. Stay sucker free. I'm out.
All right, bro. Peace.
Late.
But yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Like as far as the one-on-one, trust me when I tell you, he definitely get it. But Solo is not, you know, by his age, Raina had already, took down a couple of pieces. You understand what I'm saying? So he's just developing at his own rate, and that's fine. I'm not knocking that. I just want to see him, like, there's only but so much I can teach him when we in the field together, right? Bull stays on task. Raina knows how to stay on task, especially on a track, right? So if I got him on deer track, you understand what I'm saying? That's kind of, I want them focused on that. Solo, he gonna grab the first stick he could find. He want to run and play with the stick. He wants you to chase him. He's still a pup. But I need him to see Bull in action. I need him at least to get that imprint. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what it's going to take, a real situation, like for him to see and react. If it ain't nothing going on for him to react to. You see what I'm saying?
Got you. Copy.
Like I feel like all right, for example, like I had a deer run through my yard before, and Sabotage, he took off after it. But his daughter Glow, she ain't never seen a deer or nothing before, but because he went after it, she went after it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So I feel like it, like for a situation. You said deer tracks.
I mean, we got everything out there, bro. I just use that as an example, but we got everything out there.
All right. So you saying if he sees a squirrel or something, he don't go after it?
I mean, like Raina just caught a squirrel, and he really wasn't that interested in it until she was. Once she started kind of throwing it around and tossing it, then his thing was to take it from her and make her chase him, just like he does with the stick. He was just looking to play. You know what I mean? Wasn't no prey in it. It was just all play. So
Yeah.
And again, you have to allow him that. You know what I mean? But since he is coming into a year old, and we're not going to really get a chance to hit the woods this winter and hunt coyote. Coyote season ends, I think, if not at the end of January, the shit ends sometime like early February. I know by like February it's a done deal. So we're not going to really get a chance to do that part of it, but we can get some good field work. We can get some learning in. We could get some good training, some good imprinting going on. You know what I mean? And I like it especially now in the winter because the foliage ain't as thick. It's easier for us to make our way through the woods, and the prints are a lot clearer. I could learn. You understand what I'm saying? I could see what we tracking. So instead of them chasing deer here, bobcat there, coyote there, if I see shit that look like coyote, I can say, well, listen, stay on that. We haven't gotten to that point yet. These are all the things I'm trying to educate in Bull one-on-one, Raina one-on-one, and then with Solo, just trying to get him to pay attention to a track. Because like, if it's some wood in the area, he gonna grab the stick and run. That's his thing. That's his thing.
Bro. He's I'll say he's not ready for that yet. He's still in the puppy mentality. Like I say, because I say like in order for him to be,
you know, like until, put it this way, he as a puppy, he would have had, if he had litter mates, then he'd have had a little bit more, I don't know, like not development instincts, but like
socialization.
You know, like puppies and dogs sharpen dogs. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like
so right now,
his
like only sharpening tool is Raina, and she's a female.
Yeah.
I want him to see his role as a male.
Right.
And I want him to see it from the male who is the archetype of what we trying to produce.
Yeah.
You understand
what
I'm saying?
But see, that's why, like when he was a puppy, how often did you have him around Bull? Like how like the him
as a pup, he was out, but always under supervision.
Did they ever like play fight and like spar and shit?
No, none of that ever.
See, that's
ever.
that would have been the best time to do it when he was a pup. Now it's too late for that shit.
Bull don't play fight. He don't play fight.
With pups
at all.
Shit.
Yeah. He swat them away from him. Like, yo, they start nipping and all that shit at him. He let him know, like, I don't play that. Fuck up off me.
See,
he's not that dog.
See, now it's different for me, bro, because you know I run my program different. Like my dogs, they be outside together. Like they move as a unit.
Right. More so that's more like of a pack life situation.
It is, yeah. Like the hierarchy, like See, like
my thing is like I need a team. You know what I mean? Like I Bull will pull alpha quick, easy.
Yeah,
easy. Like that's in him. He's done that. You know, like hands down from day one. Like I had to literally get him into the frame of mind to understand. Like you don't just hit anything you see. You got to look at me for approval first. That takes a lot, bro. That takes a lot. Like, and you know, we working on it. He's getting a hell of a lot better. But now, Solo got to step in.
Yeah.
Solo got to step
bro.
in.
And trust me, it's coming, bro. It's coming, bro. That's why I'm trying to like, you know, like Sab. He didn't. He wasn't the dog that he is today until after he hit a year, bro. Like he like, you know, once he hit a year, like all the goofy shit was ceased. Like the puppy goofy shit, like all of that shit's gonna stop, bro.
And that's what I'm. So that's kind of like
that's
what
why
I'm
I say
at.
now, just focus. Like whatever you
I might
want.
have to have an extra set of hands. That's what it is.
Right?
One set of hands to handle
that's
Bull, one set of hands to handle Solo. That's what
Yeah,
it's gonna
because
be.
like 2 mils, like that
That's what it's
blood,
gonna
like
be.
that's a lot. You playing with fire, bro.
That's why it's
That's
called
fire.
Imperial
But
Flame,
it's
baby.
definitely like, old boy,
That's why we call it Imperial Flame.
old boy, your original dude who you was fucking with, it would have been nice if he you know what I'm saying, y'all still was fucking around, because that could have been your partner who would have been helping you
Yeah,
assisting you
yeah.
with shit, because
But
it,
he had
it
different
is hard,
ideas for
like,
solo. He had different ideas for solo. His
right,
idea
but
was to heavily socialize, like um really heavily socialized solo with other dogs and people, just to make him. He kind of wanted to make the dog a commodity, and and that type of a and I need a working
yeah,
dog. I got a working dog program. You understand what I'm saying? I
right,
don't need no show dogs right now. You know what I mean? Like that's great at a point when we have a reason to go to a show. Not just because we look
right,
good, but because we have some accomplishments underneath our belt. And we here to say, motherfucker, we got some accomplishments underneath our belt,
right.
right? This is what a working dog should look like. Fuck your standards. But,
No, that's facts
I'm
though.
I'm being funny, but at the same time, you know, it is critical, man, that if we gonna do something and we gonna keep, like I was telling somebody earlier, maybe his lane is weight pull. If that's his lane, that's fine. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, a working dog is a working dog,
Yeah.
and we don't expect
But
them to
then
play forever.
also,
That we
bro,
don't.
like you gotta, like, some dogs, like, you gotta know how to turn them on, like awaken that shit, like you, like, that's why I say the solo, like the solo time, like the one-on-one, like I feel like that should be important, because then you can it's easier to correct certain shit that you seeing that you not liking.
I think what I'm gonna do first is maybe because Rain is good staying on task, and usually I let him kind of run free when Rain is running free,
Yeah,
but Rain to be on task and he'll go and grab a branch or something, try to distract or whatever.
yeah.
So
And like, to
I
me,
just put him
I
on a
feel
short
like,
leash and let him follow
yeah,
behind her, and whatever she's smelling, he's gonna be smelling. You know what I mean? And we just gonna
yeah,
we keep it like that in the beginning until
yeah, bro.
I really want him
That's a good idea.
to I want him to see Bull at work. That's what I really need him to see, man. I need him to see Bull at work, and I'm gonna need an extra set of hands for that. But
Yeah,
Bull
man.
is, yo. I was watching the motherfucker work earlier, B. Yo, I just turned the camera on and I just followed him. That I ain't do nothing else, yo. I just followed him. But yo, that boy's, yo, bro.
I'm
He's a
trying
piece
to
of
tell
work,
you,
man.
bro.
He's a piece of work,
Yeah,
man. He's a piece
but
of
that's what
work,
I'm
bro.
trying to say, bro. Because he's already like a full grown dog, bro. Like like Solo's a puppy, bro. Like, even though he's a bigger like a bigger dog, he's still a puppy, bro. Like, he ain't even, like, once he gets there mentally, you gonna see, but he's not there mentally yet. Like, he's going to get there.
They just play it
Trust me.
right now. And honestly, I kind of wanted him to be able to enjoy his puppyhood. One of the things that I always knock myself for is that I be feeling like dogs start working early fucking with me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like
And yeah,
it's
because
just like
you're
from out the
more,
womb, them little motherfuckers got a job. You know what I mean?
yeah,
So
like, you more militant with your lifestyle and shit. I feel like in the way your mindset when it dogs,
indeed.
but he's still a
But see,
puppy, bro. You got to think, you got Bull. He was already an adult dog, so it's like the pace of things was already, up to par and up to speed to how you like it.
you
Solo
know
is a
what?
puppy, so you got to have more patience with him as he's
I did Bull
maturing.
wrong too, bro. I was too fast and too hard with Bull. The day I got him, I changed his diet. Right, I started changing his diet. Within a week, he was off that kibble He was on the raw. You know what I mean? I shaved so much weight
Damn.
off that boy so fast. I had to kind of like say, hold on. You know, now he was lightning fast, jumping through the roof. You know, he was trying to imitate Star, doing backflips and shit. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I didn't feel like it was him at his best weight. I had to let him,
And
you know, kind of move at the weight that he's really, you know, that was really best for him. So when I
you were
did that,
probably
I was
right
like,
by doing that.
yeah, man.
Because
I
especially
kind
as
of,
the dog's getting older.
I kind of have a comfort level about certain shit like that. And if I'm not at my comfort level, then I can't fuck.
Yeah,
You know
man.
what I mean? So
That's
as he
real,
gets
bro.
older, I just want him to, from here on out, like I imagined that at 7 years old, to about 10 years old, he wasn't gonna do shit but relax and breathe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He ain't gotta chase a flirt pole, he ain't gotta grab a spring pole. He done did enough of that shit for 10 dogs, B. I tried to make this dog prove to me he was not an American Pit Bull Terrier. Well, he never
That's
did prove
when
that to me. You know what I mean? This motherfucker made me admit that, yo, anything I do with an American Pit Bull Terrier, I would, in terms of securing and all of that, I got to do for this dog. I got to treat those two dogs exactly the same. There's no difference. And then when I started getting into his pedigree and learning about genetics and all of that, well, yeah, now it makes perfect sense. Those are some of the
that's what
oldest genes in the gene pool. Some of the
when I
oldest
heard
genes
you
in the gene pool.
when I heard you bring that up, that's what made me want to jump on. I'm like, man, let me hop on. But everybody jumped off and shit when I jumped on.
Yeah,
like,
we've been at
damn.
it a while, man. I hopped on after the game. I meant to do this at 7, bro, and then you know. But I mean, like, I'm surprised we still got heads in the building, man. It's all love, man. I appreciate that, y'all.
Yeah, shit. I was shit, just scrolling. I seen you was live. I'm like, shit, let me hop on that.
Yeah, I try to do this every Sunday night at 7 now. You know what I mean? Because and I was thinking, like, you know, back in the days of King Arthur, you know, the days of Camelot, right? King Arthur had the Knights of the Round Table. So that was my idea. We would keep it like a round table discussion, the Knights of the Round Table. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So a nice little round table every Sunday at 7. You know, we could chop it up about Camelot. We could chop it up about band dogs, genetics. You know, the whole 9 yards. But
what was that dude asking you earlier? Like, what was his name? Bando. He was saying something to you about,
how
about you going to
I was in the
Cam
Huskies.
Blood and shit.
Yeah. Would I ever run any other dog besides what I'm running? And like, you know,
No,
how
I
did I
thought he
go?
asked, how'd you get to the camp? What made you pick the Cam dogs?
Yeah, he did. He did.
I didn't really catch all the details of that when you answered them.
Oh man, like the Cam dog gives me the best of everything I want in a dog. I really believe like the
Right.
Cam dog is the perfect blend. So long as we don't slip into the Cam dog being just showpieces, as long as they kept us the true working, you know, old family
But
stock, then like you don't have a problem with that. You know what I mean? But
I don't think they weren't ever really show dogs. They were never show dogs.
when I say
Some of the dogs
showpieces, I
behind
don't
them.
mean necessarily people taking them to the show ring. I mean people keeping them just because they bad looking dogs, but not doing shit with them. You know, right back to my
Right.
old saying. So what you got dogs? What you gonna do with them? You know what I mean? Like, and that's my whole thing. A lot of people got the dogs because they like the way the dogs look, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I like the breed personally because I love what's in the dog, right?
Right.
I know that whether it's bull or reiner, I can point them to something on 2 legs or something on 4 legs and say, all right, it's time to work. And they know exactly what to do. Right. So now that's, you know, that's a fact of life, right? That the world we live in, We don't know what could go wrong. We don't trust human beings. We don't trust, we don't trust none of that. So at the end of the day, I want my dogs to be like my family. I want them to be alert. I want
Right.
them to, be on point, understand your environment, understand the dangers of your environment. So I do let them have that run of the environment so that they familiar. You know what I mean? They get to smell a little bit of this and smell a little bit of that.
Yeah.
So when I take their
But
ass
see,
into the woods,
yeah,
Raina, I know for a fact, can catch her own food.
yeah.
And that's
Nah,
that.
that's a fact.
Everybody got to be on that wave. Everybody got to be on that wave. Got to be able to catch and kill.
See, that's one of the benefits of living out in the woods, because that's just regular shit
Right.
for us. But
Right.
even before I moved out into the woods, I was out here every day. I was taking my dog. We would go for miles, sometimes like 4 to 6 miles and shit, hikes and shit. What coyote? I mean, we ain't seen no coyotes, but foxes and shit, deers, all type of shit.
Hey, yo, set some
But
trail
that shit
cams
is
up
just
around your
in my
shit, yo. Set some trail
bro.
cams
I
up
don't,
around your shit. I
bro. I
guarantee
don't
you,
even.
you'll see some coyote.
I'm not sure, because if they smell the dogs, I'm not quite sure that they'll come around here. And like, it ain't too many farms exactly where I'm at. So like, they don't see them really having a reason. But I don't know though, because like, we had
Coyotes is bold,
just
bro.
there
They
was
bold.
a black bear. There was a black bear around the corner not too long ago. So I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah. Bear, coyote, bobcat, all that should come together, bro. Fox,
Yeah.
all that should come together. So I'm really thinking like, see, coyotes is very good about remaining unseen, but they also very bold. You know what I mean? And they tend to pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, they are clever. Foxes are clever too, though, bro.
Oh my goodness. Facts.
Yeah,
Facts
because
to
I was
that.
trying to I see, but bro, that's what I'll be saying. Like, but if you pay attention, like on Facebook, over the years, I've been going like live and posting videos of these motherfuckers in my yard. I'll be having to motherfucking put the dogs up just to keep the peace, because it's like I'm in the woods. Like my yard, I share the woods, like it's part of my yard. Like
Right.
the
Right.
animals share, like we share land, so it's like I ain't in control over what creatures come through here.
Mm.
So it's like I'll be outside on point with the dogs, because like I told you before, I lost a dog taking off after a deer before
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll definitely
So it's
happen,
like
yo.
but I know designated areas though for just that. Like my homies and shit that be hunting and shit will go. I took one time we went shooting and shit, and I took my dog down there with me and shit. We didn't really get to see nothing, but he was showing me all kind of tracks and shit like that. And but that's a designated area for that type of shit where we go. I mean, like, I let my dog loose the whole time. Like, you need a more isolated area and shit.
That's I was somebody was asking me about that shit, and I just did a video
Like
about that
you
shit,
gotta
explaining why I run the dogs in the boneyard. You know what I mean? I take them in the boneyard because that joint is complete solitude, right? The chances of me running into a whole lot of other people is slim to none. The joint is open to where if there are people, even from long distances away, I can see them. The place is big enough to where it gives me every type of terrain I need. I got level open fields, I got hills and sloping terrain,
yeah,
and I got deep wooded terrain, thick brushes.
yeah,
So when you see the video, I literally show you all the tracks in the snow. You see all the different types of tracks, man. Look like a whole family of deer came through there. God knows what else ran through there. Some rabbit, some of this, some of that. So it's just so much shit going on in there. It's like a microcosm of the larger of the actual woods. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really is. So I let them go back there, man, and do their thing, bro. And you know, like I said, they real good about staying on track, yo. Bull and
Well,
Rainer.
but like you said about the fucking cameras, you need to set up a camera out there, because like I feel like in that area they passing by, like they coming through there, like they don't be
I've
up
run
in
into
there.
him, bro.
You see
Literally
him in there?
I've walking Rainer, walking Bull. I have literally walked into the whole fucking family of deer, bro.
Yeah, I mean I can believe you, because like the family are there, like they
Yo,
be I
they
be
hang out
on
over
my
here like they hang out over
porch,
here a
and they
little bit
just
like
look at me.
squirrels, yo.
Yeah, they just be looking at me.
Yeah, they just kind of like, you know, I mean, one day we just all froze and looked at each other, man. It was just like, oh shit, look. You know what I mean? They looked at
But
us, we looked at them, and then they went on their
but
way
see
and we
how
went on our way. I wouldn't even let Rainer chase them.
my yard is set up. I'm on it's a big ass hill that's slanted, so it's like when the dogs are
That's
on the yard,
better.
they can't see them. You know, dogs are short, like they only come up to our knees.
Right.
They can't see up the hill.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be out there making sure they don't go up on the hill, because that's where the deer is at,
Damn.
on the hill.
You gotta stop them from chasing that shit, B.
It's cool.
That's why
During
I
the
want to hurry up and get
summertime,
this
I can
land,
get
bro.
away with it. You can
We
get
really
away
need to
with it
hurry
in
up
the
and get this
summertime,
land, bro.
like you said, because of the foliage. But in the wintertime, right now, it's clear. Like they can see through the trees. The trees is naked. Ain't nothing getting away. Cause all my dogs is gonna run some shit down, bro. Guaranteed. They will run
Good
some
shit,
shit
bro.
down. Fendi, Quarantine, Mayhem, Panamera is all fucking high caliber dogs. Like,
That's what you want, bro. That's what you
yeah,
want. You want dogs that's ready to go, man. You want dogs that's ready
yeah,
to go,
bro.
bro. That's the thing that really you know, like I was trying to explain to somebody, there's 1,000,001 people out there breeding. You know what I mean? Typically, if I put a motherfucker on this channel, I'm really, really liking what they doing, bro. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like in terms of what they bring into the game and their knowledge of the game, I don't ever have to really question how they moving and what's going on there. Now with
right.
a lot of other motherfuckers, you know, like I said, they got these show pieces. And the fact that
So
they
okay,
show
so what do you consider a showpiece? Like what just a yard ornament, like a dog that's just just looking
yeah, pretty
good.
much yard ornament. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah. It's a
yeah. Like
but that's the
they not
thing, bro.
so this is what I'm saying. Like
Majority of the dogs are yard ornaments, bro. For one, the lazy ass owners, bro. Who the fuck, like, I'm just being real, bro. Like, everybody's not going out taking their dogs to the boneyard and shit like how you do, bro. Everybody's not doing that shit. Motherfuckers is opening their door, letting their dogs out, or letting their dogs out the kennel. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers is not routinely making sure dogs is getting their rounds, bro.
I get that, bro. I do what
So
I
right
do
there,
because
right there alone,
I'm
bro.
thinking
Like,
survival mode, right? If
right.
if it comes
That's
right
why I
down
tell
to it, we
That's
got to
why I
go
say
back to
you more
some.
militant, bro. Like
Yeah,
everybody's not like everything is watered down, and everybody's became fur mommies and shit, and they got caught up in the whole like what the news got to say, what everybody else got to say that don't know shit about the dogs, trying to tell us how the dogs is supposed to supposed to be raised and shit like that. You know,
bro.
it's
I
all
got
fucked
straight
up, bro.
heat in my
This is
heart,
the
B.
problem, bro. The problem. This is the problem, bro. Miseducation, bro. Miseducation, bro. The problem is you got people out here trying to get money off these dogs, and they will sell a dog to anybody who got money. And in reality, I'm not selling the dog to anybody, bro, because I know what comes behind these dogs, and these dogs got to go in the right hands.
I want to be in a position where I can keep every last one of my dogs, especially for the first 2 generations or so. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah,
Like we could start letting the first generation go after the second generation starts developing, and we see consistency, right? Then we know,
yeah,
okay, like this dog is good to go to this camp. This dog is good to go to this camp because this is what they do over there. This is what they do over there. But until I see that myself, it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, here, you want to buy a pup? Sure, why not?
yeah.
It
See,
I'm
but
not really
that's
there
why
right
I
now.
already
I'm not
know,
there
bro.
right now.
That's why I was like, you know what, Solo gonna go right over here. You know what I'm saying? Because after seeing the videos of what you was doing with Star and Bull and them, that's the type of situation dogs need to be in, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying, active with active handlers and shit like that, bro. I like to see that type of shit. I like to see updates of motherfuckers out walking their dogs and shit like that. I like that type of shit.
Yo, bro, I live on it.
I don't want to see the dog. I
I
don't
live
want to
on
see
it.
the dog, you know what I'm saying,
I
just
live for
sit
the day where I could
up
just
in
do
the
this
house
shit
and shit
full
all
time.
day.
Real shit. I live for the day when I could just do this shit full time. Because honestly, I believe that
I mean,
there's
bro,
something to
let's be
developing
real.
the dog to its fullest potential. And I think that's something like you have to really devote yourself to, especially if you got more than one dog. If you really trying
Exactly,
to
bro.
develop that
And
dog
that's what I
intelligently,
was just finna say.
yeah,
This
this
shit
is
is
your
always
line,
full time.
right?
It's
This is
always
what you're
full
gonna be
time.
bringing to the world. You telling the whole world that this is what you want. That this is what they want in their homes with their children. So you
Right.
trying to improve the dog's intelligence. You're trying to improve the dog's skills, everything, right? And
Yeah.
you really devoting yourself to the development of those dogs. Now that could save your life, but also, so to me, it's a win-win situation, right? I'd rather have a couple of good dogs by my side who I could trust in every feeding situation than to have, you know, somebody who might be on my side or might not. And when the first piece of meat come along, they might try to cut my throat and take my share. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like that's
But when raising a dog, you gonna find that out before it ever comes that far.
yeah. I mean, absolutely. And that's my thing. Like they automatically loyal. You know, some of the things I seen in Camelot, honestly, I was telling somebody earlier, like when I first saw a bull, I didn't know Camelot, I didn't know bloodlines, I didn't know pedigrees, I didn't know any of that. I saw
Uh-huh.
that I had been looking around for a red-nosed male to put on top of my female, right?
Uh-huh.
And I wasn't trying to do nothing fancy. I just wanted to have a red male that I could start from the ground from scratch with. So I get my red-nosed dog, and suddenly I'm finding like in a lot of ways he is the dog I'm trying to produce. And I said,
Yeah.
oh shit. Like I couldn't really raise this bet. And what really got me about him was when I
Yeah.
talked with the people that sold them to me, they said they never really worked with him. They said
Right.
he loved the flirt pole,
I was just finna say that to you, bro. What you
but
meant
they
by
said they
that
had never
is
really
like
done nothing with him.
what you had people coming up to you like, what you feeding your dog? What you feeding them? And you just
Yeah.
like how do I get it? Like how do I get his head? How do I get my dog's head bigger? People be asking me that shit all the time. Like, how'd you get your dog's head so big? How'd you get him so big? And I'm just like, bro, it's genetics, bro. If you want a dog like this,
you gotta start right.
Yeah, like you can't like it's just genetics, bro. It's genetics. And diet, of course, and exercise, but mostly genetics. And a lot of people underestimate and overlook genetics, but it's mainly genetics, and that's what it is about Bull that attracted when you had him. You was like, damn, like that's genetics, bro.
Yeah, when I looked at him, I'm like, okay, he got good head size, but he shows he got some agility. Like for a big boy, he can move, and that really caught me. I was like, because he was chasing Henny around when I actually seen him in person. I was like,
All
damn,
right,
okay.
So break down Havoc's, I mean not Havoc, break down Bull's pedigree to me real quick on his dad's side.
Havoc,
You know, yeah, he's off
is
of Havoc, bred to who?
animal to Red Ruby.
Red Ruby.
And yeah,
Damn,
Havoc is animal to
what?
Red Ruby.
I don't know if I could pull this shit up while we on the horn. Let me see if I can pull this shit up while we on here.
But yeah, bro, like it's been so it's been so bugged out, man, because when I looked at him, he didn't have the structure of your typical box dog, right? So I'm saying to
Yeah,
myself, this is not a pit bull, right? Now, mind you, I ain't really did no research or nothing, just from talking to his peoples. They ain't say he was a pit. They ain't say none of that. They just said, they ain't say he was hot. They ain't say none of that. You know what I mean? So we ain't never really done nothing much with him. We got what we need, we're gonna let him go. We're gonna, you know what I mean? We got a pup off of him that we're gonna keep, we're gonna let him go. I was like, damn, he 3 years old, man. He grew up with this family, man. Good dog, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna take him. Brought him home, and he just started showing me some shit. I changed his diet, you know what I mean? Put him on that raw. They said he liked the flirt pole, so I started with that. And then when I started teaching him, to go and get shit, he really liked that, bro. He really liked to go
yeah.
and get something, and then he don't mind a little tug of war after it. He appreciate the tug of war, you know what I mean? But like, I
See,
started
look,
sending them. We had a tree in the backyard that sat on like a 45-degree angle. I used to
yeah.
send him up in that fucking tree, big, and he grabbed this tire. Yeah, and
See,
once I
man,
seen that, it was like, okay, this boy is something different. He different.
yeah.
You know what I
See,
mean? Like
Red
he go
Ruby
about
is
his
off
work
of
serious.
Red Ruby is off of Lil Chief brother Indica. You
Okay.
heard? Yeah, and then Indica is off of Hercules bred to Trouble.
Okay.
And Trouble so bro, yeah, bro, your dog got some shit in him, bro. Like, cause Trouble is off of Chief, bred the baby girl, and Hercules is off of Chief bred the Pebbles. So right there,
And Pebbles, how's Pebbles bred again? Pebbles is on fire.
Pebbles, bro, that's Rocket Fire bred to Hershey Kiss,
Right.
which is Duke Little May's sister. Rocket
Right.
Fire bred to Duke's Little May's sister. So that's motherfucking Klaus, Serona with the little bit of danger zone through Blaze Maxine. But the rest is old family red nose. So yeah, that's old family red nose, bro.
Real talk, bro.
And we know Rocket Fire was the real deal. Can't nobody put no smut on that dog.
There was a dog named Shredder, bro. Squire
Shredder.
Shredder. Right? So now there was
Raging Cage's
Camelot
son?
Shredder, And then there was Squire's Shredder. Squire's Shredder was an old family red nose, reputed to
Who was
be.
he off?
He had the same background. He had the
You
same
mean
Serona
Scooter?
Trouble background.
You mean Scooter? Squires David Scooter?
Nah, this was Squire's Shredder, and he was also known as somebody else, Westlock or somebody else's Shredder. But if I could find his ped, man, I had the joint, man. But I'd be getting so deep into searching peds, man. I get so far from where I started, it's hard to find. Go back. But anyway, my point was when you see this dog, man, like he got the whole widow's peak, like he just
That's the Serona blood.
right, and that joint like I don't know.
I'm trying to find that dog.
I'll put it like this. Kilo sent me some pictures of Solo's ancestors, some of Solo's ancestors, right?
What
And
dogs
when I
to show
look
you?
at those pictures, that's what this shredder dog looked like. You know what I mean? But these dogs look like they might be maybe a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit bulkier. But them and Shredder look damn near just alike, and the pedigree lines up so much. I'm wondering if this dog is in some Camelot pedigree somewhere. Especially since somebody made it a point of naming their dog Shredder, like they was naming it after this dog.
Is it Wilder's red shirt? Red Shredder.
I think so.
Like, hold on.
I think so.
It's you talking about Squire's Red Shredder, Wilder's aka Champion Westo's Red Shredder, 3-time winner.
Right.
That's a Wilder game loser. That's a Wilder dog.
Right. But look at his pet and tell me if you don't see that dog pop up in somebody else's pedigree. I could swear I seen that dog in somebody else's pedigree, man. In the Camelot pedigree. Let me put it that way. You would know better than I am, my dude. You're a freaking librarian of this shit, yo. I gotta tell you that. You're an archivist, bro.
I mean, like that, yeah, bro. Like that, like how the dude who had this dog, that's who produced the dog that I thought that you was talking about. Scooter. That's the same person.
Okay.
So basically, his shit is in our foundation. You heard?
So wait a minute. Who's got it in this, Scooter?
Yeah. Scooter is a old family red nose dog. Squire's Scooter.
Ain't that
the
where the
same
Jack
dude
Booster
produced
blood
this
came out?
dog? This the
And that's where the Jack
Rocket
Booster blood
Fire
came
shit.
from, right?
Yeah. The old family red shit.
Yeah.
So
Westover
let me
Shredder.
see who else.
Yeah. Yeah,
bro.
Real shit, yo.
But this what I'm saying. Like this shit. This is what the foundation was, bro. This the blood that they took to start the shit with, basically. This is the foundation, our foundation.
See, that's the kind of shit that I'm talking about, bro. So now I'm gonna have to go grab his ped and do the whole lineup, and you know what I mean? Like I gotta break that joint down, man. I need that. I need that, bro. Matter of fact, I think I
Well,
owe online ped some
you
money.
talking about
I gotta hit them up, man.
Havoc? You talking about your dog's pedigree?
No, Shredder's pedigree and Scooter's pedigree and how it all ties in.
Well, basically, how it ties in is it's the same blood. You know, just basically. All right, now say like he
Who's
did a
Scooter bred
breeding.
to in the Camelot camp?
Scooter, he bred to let's see.
I think Rain about to go in the heat, yo.
All right, yeah. They remember I said they bred. They bred. All right, see now look, Scooter. He's Killing Sid grandson.
Oh,
You know
really?
who's killing. You know who Killing Sid is, right?
Yeah.
You
I
gotta
didn't
know
know
who Killing
Scooter
Sid
was
is.
a Killing Sick grandson.
Yeah, bro.
Wow.
All right, now
Wasn't
and
Scooter bred to
Scooter,
Blaze Maxine at some point?
right? And yeah,
Right. And who else? I'm kind of finding it hard to believe they ain't bring them to like who's that? The Rocket Fire bitch?
bro. Who
No,
who you think
did he?
Rocket Fire is off? That's Rocket
Right. I
Fire's
was gonna
dad,
say
bro.
he's a sire of
Scooter,
Rocket Fire.
Scooter,
Who am I thinking of, man? It's gonna come to me in a minute. It's gonna come to me in a minute.
and he's 2 times Killing Sid at that.
Top and bottom.
Yup, Scooter, his mom and dad,
Hmm.
and
Impressive.
then on his
More
top
motherfuckers know how
side,
to breed, yo. They
his
bred some
top
good
side
dogs.
is Klaus,
See what I'm saying?
back off of
And that's the
Champion Stable.
CLOUSE Klaus.
Yeah,
Which Klaus? The CLOUSE or the KLAUS?
CL.
Okay.
Klaus's
Because there's a KLAUS that got that.
Klaus's Red Bomber, Champion
But yeah,
Stabler, 4 times winner.
yeah, that right there. That
That's
that
what
that right there.
that shit is.
That right there.
Up top, that's his dad's side. The Klaus
Santana
shit.
Red Dog said Westover Shredder was line bred Geronimo, double bred grandson of Red Inferno.
Exactly. Wilder shit.
Yeah,
So
man.
basically, bro, Camelot
Yeah,
is
man.
Wilder and Klaus is Serona. That's the old family shit. And there's some Wilder in there too. And that
That's
Martin
what's
shit.
up, yo.
That shit goes back to Killing Sid, bro. And that's like everybody know who Killing Sid is.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, and there's some Hemfield shit in there. Satan,
It's so
Wilder's
obvious,
Nugget.
bro. It's so obvious. It is so obvious. But it wasn't until I started reading the pedigrees that it started to make sense, bro. I had to learn some shit, man. Like these dogs educated me, man. You know what I mean? I can't sit here. I always tell people I can't pretend like I was ever no professor of these dogs and no shit like that, man. Because from
But
where I started,
this what
man,
I be trying to tell. This what I
it
be
was
trying
all
to
just for
tell
me. It
people.
was all personal.
motherfuckers be looking for shit and it be right in front of them. Like
Right.
that's why it's like it's all about the person breeding the dog and what's their vision and what direction they're trying to go with the dogs. That's what it all boils down to. Cause
You
like
know,
what you was talking
I have
about
yet to have
earlier.
my male that I raised from a pup. You know what I mean? Like the one litter that we had off of him and Henny. You know how that goes. Circumstances change, plans change. So I held on to 2 females till they was about a year old, about as long as I could. But eventually, I had to, you know what I mean, let them go to working homes. And then it was just a point where like, let me just chill for a minute. You know what I mean? Let me fall back. But then, before I know it, Glenn Pittman, shout out to Hard Time Pitts, he went and put that litter on the ground where, you know, like Raina had Havoc and White Gold on the bottom. She
Mm-hmm.
had Havoc and War Dancer on the top. And it was like, oh yeah.
Oh, so that's two
Oh,
times Havoc. Raina's two
right,
times Havoc. Okay.
right.
Yeah.
And
So
she got the same
him,
Havoc White Gold that my boy got,
yeah.
but from a
So
different litter. She got it from Bella. She got it from Maximum Pitch Bella. So it was like, you know, how do you miss here? You know what I mean? How do you miss that? So I had to grab her. At the time, I wasn't even planning on doing no more dogs, bro. Honestly, I was in chill mode. And then
yeah.
the
So
same shit
that
happened with Solo. You know what I mean? I started looking at it, was like, yo, well, after I get the Havoc breeding done, I'm gonna want some old school Camelot shit done. You know, like some pure, you know, kind of go back to the old shit, not
so let me
oversaturated
ask
with the bruiser,
so
just some
let
good
me ask
old
you
school.
something then.
Yeah.
You heard?
Mm-hmm.
So what you think you gonna get when you breed all of that shit together?
Breed all what together?
The Havoc shit and White Gold shit.
Well, that
You gonna get
that
some
that
old
that's gonna
school.
really be
You gonna get
too.
that old shit, bro.
Yeah. But Raina's
You gonna
still.
get it. Cause this is what you gotta understand, bro. Like the genes
You
skip
remember Juanito
generation. The
Lyons
traits
day?
skip generations sometimes, bro. So if you putting all of that shit, all of that line breeding that shit, you gonna get that shit that's behind Havoc and White Gold. You ain't got no
Mm,
choice. You gonna push all of that shit out.
mm. I'd like to see that.
That's
I'd
what's
like to
gonna
see that. So
happen,
you
bro.
talking about Animal? You talking about Brutus? You talking about Trina? You talking about?
Yeah, like that's what you gonna get, bro, because you layering that shit. Those are the
But
ancestors,
she got an out
like
too. She got a great line Razor's Edge out.
right.
But it's a
But the
little further back
dominant
in the pedigree. That's kind of like
that's the out.
maybe back in her 7th.
Yeah, I mean you might get one puppy that takes after that, one or two puppies takes after that side, but predominantly it's gonna be the king, bro. That's the dominant.
She the litter she
Uh,
came from.
that's gonna be the dominant genes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like, look, she comes off of that blood, but she takes that. She looks like the Meech blood,
Exactly.
but
Exactly.
that's the danger zone side. But at the same time, she got the Castello on there. The Castello dogs look like that too.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you, man. I ran across some shit, bro, and it's hard to keep it to myself right now. Like, woo,
Shit,
man, I wish
I
I
got
could
some shit
right
going
now.
on.
I just,
Shit,
I need a lot more space for what I'm trying to do, bro. I need a lot
that's
more
the
space
thing,
for what I'm
bro.
trying to do.
we sometimes we can overwhelm ourselves with dogs and shit, like hearing about good breeds and shit like that.
Well, it's
But
like when you know kind of what you want to do with your program and like how you want to, make sure shit line up. You sometimes you just got to take a breath and ignore everything else that's going on
right,
and just take the program for where it's at right now. You know what I mean? Just this is where it's at right now and deal with it right here. Because a lot of times, man, especially you know, we doing this right now on maybe less than an acre of land. You know what I mean? And this is, like I said, it's a microcosm. It's a nice little training ground where you get a variety of game, a variety of terrain, and the dogs really have to work. So today, what I did is I put the weight vest on Raina. Since she's able to move through the deep snow and catch the little squirrels and shit like that, that shows a very high level of dexterity, skill, and ability to move through some very harsh conditions. Had to be about 5 degrees outside. So
yeah.
she was able to do all of that. That means she can survive. That means we gotta, you know what I mean? Like she's worthy of being bred. Like that's official. But
Yeah.
now to really bring her into her, you know, her fullest development, we go ahead, we put the weight vest on her and just let her trap today. Don't chase nothing, just trap. And she was moving real well. She's moving real well through most of that, man, with a little extra, with a little additional 5 pounds on her. So I know that by the time we really ready to go and hit the woods, she gonna have stamina. She gonna have endurance. She gonna have the muscle endurance. You understand what I'm saying? To be able to go for a while. And if I decide, well, you know what, we're gonna pull up camp, strike a quick fire, throw some logs and some leaves over us, and bed down for the night, she should be able to handle that. You know what I mean? And then get up in
So
the
you
morning and
just
say,
go
like,
you going out there just attack a deer.
no, we ain't see that's illegal. That's illegal. I can't do that. So I can't do that at all. But what she can
Spitfires
do,
off of Magnum
huh?
bred to I think bred to baby or some shit like that. Santana Red Dog said who is the Spitfire dog? Yeah, that's a Rocket Fire dog. Hence the name Spitfire, Rocket Fire. Yeah. That's a my homeboy down in Philly, Backyard Monsters. He got that dog.
Wait a minute. Let me back up here. He said Thebo Shredder is a spitting Thebo Shredder is a spitting image of them.
The old red
Old
dog,
red
yeah.
dogs,
Yep. Shredder.
like they large in their frame and build. Yeah, because you can see the shredded dog look like he got some good size on him, big. And he got good bone. You can see the bone structure, man. Like everything you see in the Camelot dog, you can see it in him. But it's just a
But look,
little bit
This
more
the
pop in
thing.
the Camelot dogs.
No, bro. Shredder is a Camelot dog, bro.
That shredded dog right there.
Oh,
I'm not
not
talking.
that
I'm not talking
Shredder.
about. I'm talking about the
Oh
squad
yeah, the
shredder
other
that
Shredder.
who's yeah
Yeah, but
three
the other
three
Shredder
time
look
winner,
just
one
like
time
that.
game loser.
You heard? The other Shredder look just like that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like that's what really grabbed me because
Because
the dogs
that's
look
the blood.
exactly
It's
alike.
the same blood. It's the same blood, bro. Just different in different people's hands.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Real shit.
Goes back to them same dogs, like Jeromeo and them, all the fucking Serona,
Yeah, the
Killing
Geronimo
Sid, all the
shit.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
He said the Spitfire dog.
Yeah, I had backed up
Yeah,
because he had
he's off of Magnum. Magnum's off of Stone.
Now, let me ask you: is this squire the same squire that bred the shredded dog?
No, Shredder's off of Raging Cajun.
No, but I'm saying Scooter. Like Scooter came from this
Scooter,
dude
yeah,
Squire, right?
from that dude, yeah, that Squire, yeah.
But
He had
Squire
the
is
old
also the
family
name
dogs.
on the shredder dog that we looked at to start out with.
Right, that's what I was saying.
Is that the same Kent? Uh-oh, we lost the brother. But yeah, I think that squad.
I don't know what happened.
You good?
Yeah, I don't know what
All
happened.
right.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, that same dude produced them dogs, bro.
So that's the same Squire, right?
Yeah, same squad. That's the same blood, just different. It's not like I'm not saying they're litter mates or nothing like that, but he had a
No,
yard
no,
full
but
of that shit.
basically, yeah. Uh,
Yeah, like he produced a lot of old family red nose dogs.
Shit making a lot more sense now.
Basically,
Shit making a lot more
he was
sense.
a he was a source
He was an
like that.
OFRN breeder, and
Yeah,
Art
like
went and
that's
got some
who.
blood from him.
Right, that's motherfuckers was going to him to get some good dogs. Like he had some good old family red nose dogs.
The best shit.
Yeah,
Saloon's trouble.
exactly, bro. Killing Sid in it, bro. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah.
had some of the like the real deal.
Then he had I think some of that was a daughter bred off of trouble. The
Who?
Widowmaker dog, and then you had Widowmaker Echo.
Yeah, all of that shit, bro. All of that shit was fire, bro. And that's why they start motherfucking they start adding like the staff and shit in there. Cause them dogs was
Now,
hot.
in terms of these dogs, because basically, like Camelot is pretty tightly bred when you really think about it. Have you run into any problems in your breeding program because of how tight the dogs are bred?
As far as what? Like, what do you mean?
Like when we had Richie, was it Richie who said or JT? They would when they was on, they were saying like they was running shit with like dogs being born with cleft palates and all of that. Like,
Yeah, bro. That's uh uh yeah, bro. Like that cleft palate. Some dogs. I mean, man, for real, you can get that shit in any dog. But yeah, that
I
shit
mean, you got human beings
could be
being
an
born with
issue.
this shit. Don't get me wrong. Like,
Yeah,
but they felt like they was running into problems um as a result of how
yeah. I
tight
heard.
the dogs are bred, so they felt like
Yeah,
they had to loosen it up.
I've heard of certain Camelot dogs throwing that shit.
But I'm saying, have you run into any problems like that? That's one of the reasons why I grabbed Raina, because she did have an out that I felt like was going to kind of protect me from the heavy havoc line breed.
I mean, like, so have you heard like Havoc's throwing that shit?
Nah, I ain't never heard no
Mm,
shit like that.
yeah, then
Um,
I
I got a
wouldn't.
source. Everything I seen as far as because I did some investigations, about the
Yeah,
litter itself, um, who his litter mates were, where they were, who had them, were there any other females or whatever. And
but see, like people also don't realize like you can get cleft palate. That could be a deficiency. Like
we'll see.
the mother could be lacking a certain
Right.
chemical or some shit like that. Like, and you could get cleft palate.
So I don't think it was like just cleft palate that they ran into, but
Uh,
they said they ran into breeding problems and they felt like it was a result of breeding too tight. But one of the things that concerns me is that like people have breeding programs and they produce a lot of dogs. We don't know what happens with all of those dogs.
right.
So we hear about the one or two that they feel are successful and that they present to the public.
Right.
But, insiders say that, well, there might be 40 or 50 dogs you don't see. And a lot of them dogs, man, you better
But
be careful.
that's just like that's just the reality of breeding, bro. Like that's just what it is. Ain't no breeder, can't no breeder say they ain't have no issues, bro. Like they're lying.
Right.
They don't
But now,
exist, bro. That's the reality of it, bro. Like,
but my thing is this, like, okay, let's take, for example, the Havoc white gold breeding, right? And this is just me because I put it on the table. Like, Bull was likely the smallest dog in his litter, right? You might argue he was the runt to his litter. In terms of when I look at his brothers, his brother Titan was almost he was just a male version
from
of White
Isabella
Gold.
Pitts, Titan.
Right. Isabel's Titan. So that's Bull's littermate brother. So
Oh
now
shit, I didn't
that
even know
dog
that.
is right. He's freaking. You put him and White Gold side by side together, and I think I just did this in a video. You put them side by side.
They offered me that dog before years ago, right? I had a chance to own White Gold.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A lot of his dogs.
Is she still alive? I think
I highly doubt
Holly
that.
got her something, right?
I highly doubt that. She's probably, and if she is alive, she's probably fixed or something. But
Yeah, I mean, I ain't thinking about breeding, so it'd be nice to, you know what I mean, go visit her and shit and document that. Yo, Bull went to see his mother today. But anyway, on some other shit, she yeah, she didn't really like the Titan dog was a larger dog. His brother Kane was a larger dog, and Kane is down in the Bahamas. Now, Kane was bred to a daughter off a Titan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So those dogs are already about a year old now, right? And I've seen, for the most part, that most of those dogs look good. They all right.
Yeah.
Of course, you never know, what goes on behind scenes, but I have a little bit more transparency there because I'm in touch with the brother than I do with, say, a Maximum Pitts.
And what'd he say?
Well, I mean, he never talked to me about it. We actually talked about doing some business together.
So, do the dogs like did you what is this some flaws or something? Like did you see some like fucked up? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that every line can only take but so much, right?
Oh, of course.
And at what point do you want to make sure that you start, making sure like you got a healthy cross or you got a healthy out? So I feel like, especially after I do it 3 times Havoc in the first 4 generations, you're going to get some good stuff, but it's time to loosen that up after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? So
yeah, for sure.
That's just how I think. Like, I think kind of like down the line, because there's not a lot of Havoc stuff out there. I was looking at the Brax litter. I was looking at the dogs that went into to that Havoc breeding, and I don't really think they're gonna make, what I'm trying to do. They're not gonna really complement what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean?
What breeding did
the woods to chase coyote?
What breeding did
those are the dogs.
What breeding is that?
Brax did a he did a nice little Havoc breeding, man. Not too long ago, man. It's like some second generation line bred Havoc shit. I want to say it had to be like over the summer.
Oh, okay, then I know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And I was thinking about grabbing a pup. But it was like, damn, because it would have been a perfect opportunity to grab more havoc, right? But
Yeah.
then I'm sitting back saying, like, bro, you already kind of, you going in kind of close now, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
Like, to
mean,
be
like,
100% comfortable, you going in kind of close.
I just feel like me personally, like, I wouldn't, like, I would, like, I feel like you should, like, you ain't nothing wrong with collecting the havoc shit, but like, you want it to be like your twist at the same time. Like, you don't want it to just, like, just because your dog is off of havoc, like, because at the end of the day, havoc uh died early. Havoc, he got some nice breeders, but Havoc didn't. I ain't gonna say he didn't live up to his full potential, but he died sooner than Mike probably would have liked. He probably would have done some other breedings with him, so we never know.
So, like,
So
that's something I don't
I
know,
would
bro.
I would say,
I don't know Havoc's story. You know that story?
yeah,
How did Havoc die?
he got just like similar story to how I lost my dog. Uh, ran off and got hit. Some shit like that. I think, yeah, he got hit by a truck or something.
Oh, dang, it's fucked up.
Yeah, he ain't died like on no like health problems or nothing. Like, he just think he got
Damn,
loose and got hit or some shit like that.
damn, bro. Damn,
Yeah, so
it's bad to hear that about my boy's dad, man. You
right,
know,
so that's what I'm saying. You got a direct son off of him. Like, honestly, like, you need to focus on getting that boy bread, bro. And start his own
why
legacy.
you think I'm doing it 3 times Havoc? Why you think I'm going in, bro? Like, I keep telling y'all, man, like, I have waited, bro. Waited. Literally. Like, I think this is going on 4 years now, man. To make sure that this one is right. So when
Yeah,
I be asking certain questions about certain shit, yeah, man. Like, all the information, all the insight, because trying to breed him to star, there was a lot of things that went wrong right there, B. Like, I never really wanted her. I never wanted her as part of the program. Like, I got kind of talked into that. I was kind of new to the Camelot dogs, and it was like, oh shit. Now instead of, going with my original idea, I already got a female Camelot dog I could bring them to.
right.
And I don't think, number one, the female could produce. If she could produce, she was she had a very nervous temperament, bro. I would
How
not have
old was she?
trusted Star with her own pups. Star
How
was
old
older
was
than
she?
Bull at the time. Star was 4 years old when I got her,
Oh shit.
and they'd never bred her, yo. Now, not to say like Bull was owned by one brother and Star was owned by another, so that's easy to happen. You know what I mean? Like, if they really determined to go about getting it done, it'll get done. But at the end of the day, they said it was something they never got around to. So I said, all right, I'll go ahead and I'll give it a shot.
And she went in the heat though, right?
Oh yeah, they actually locked. They tied. I let the dogs be dogs, let them do it on their own shit. I also did AIs, but I noticed Star made it a point of pissing it out. And this is after holding the bitch upside down for 35 minutes. I probably OD'd on the bitch. I was worried blood was going to start rushing to her head soon for real. Like, I got the bitch sitting in my lap for so long, man. Like,
You said she
her
was
fucking shit
pissing it
was
out.
buggling. Huh?
You
Yeah.
said she was pissing it out.
No sooner than her back legs hit the floor, man, that bitch go right to the middle of the floor and
So
piss,
let me ask you this:
piss
when
right
you
there.
did the AI, how far did you put the tube in it?
Man, you talking about 4 years ago, bro.
Because when you put that tube in there, you gotta make sure that shit gets all the way up top, and
Right, and then it had to
you
go
gotta
down.
bend.
And I
You
do
gotta
think that
bend.
was part of the problem. I think it was really hit her bladder. You know what I mean? As
Yeah,
opposed to really going down into her what's the name?
and
Because kind
yeah,
of the
and
way
another thing,
they shaped, it kind of goes up and then curves down.
right?
If that
That's
makes
why you
sense.
gotta make sure the tube is bent like a banana
Going in,
almost.
yeah.
Yeah, and you want to
But
lube it
I
up
put it
real
this
good
way.
too to make sure it goes all the way
I
to
did a
where it's
couple of
supposed to go.
AIs with Star. They tied natural, and then like she did the same thing every time.
How long was her heat cycle? Does she have a normal heat cycle?
She went to heat June, July. I'm gonna say damn near right around Bull's birthday in August.
From June to July?
No, August. She kind of went into heat right around like it was like late July, August when she went into heat.
And
And
how
then
long did it last?
altogether, I want to say maybe a good 3 weeks, going on 4 weeks,
And
between when she started bleeding, you know what I
yeah,
mean? Because I always catch it from just before the blood, because bull is a radar, you know what I mean? So even before a bitch start bleeding, he's blanking out. He
yeah,
acting real unordinary. So with Star and Henny, I think Henny went into heat like right behind Star. So it was
yeah,
maybe a 3 or 4 week difference there.
yeah.
But at the
So
same
like,
time,
but like,
it,
what
it,
point?
it wasn't even 3 or 4 weeks, because the same day they tied, right? They tied one day. I almost tripped over their ass because I had a business meeting. So I never saw them separate or none of that. I don't even know what Star did when it was finished. That made me collect bull and inseminate Henny, just to make sure. I'm like, yo, man, I ain't even get a chance to see how that came out. So I want to make sure he ain't having a problem.
Right,
And I just did a quick AI with Henny. Bang, boom. Matter of fact, I did it so fast and so quick, I kind of forgot about the shit. It wasn't until we was kind of trying to wonder whether or not Star was pregnant, and then I can't take no weight off of Henny. I'm
right.
working this bitch like an Alabama mule, and I can't take no weight off of her. And the next thing I know, she getting bigger. She's sitting down, nipples looking crazy, pink, shit hanging all over the place. I said, yo, Henny took, but Star didn't.
Damn.
You know what I
So
mean?
like, so
And
like,
that was all I needed to see.
at what point did you do it? Like, at what day? Like when you first noticed she was in heat. What day
Um,
after that did you breed him?
let me see. She went into not the first day after she stopped bleeding.
You said after she stopped bleeding?
Right, after she stopped bleeding. Not the first day after she stopped bleeding. The second day after she stopped bleeding. Then every other day after that, they got stuck. They either got stuck or I did insemination. So I think we hit it about 4 times, 2 apiece. Um,
That could be a problem, bro.
why?
You could have been hitting her too early. Every dog's different.
Think
I got
about
a
this,
dog.
bro.
I got
They
a
had that
dog
dog
that
4 years and never bred her. You got financial problems and you not breeding it, and you literally a litter of this dog of these dogs might put 20K in your pocket. Like I don't believe the dog could be bred, and I believe they knew that. I believe they tried before. They said the dog was internet famous. She'd gone viral on the internet and all of that. Who doesn't try to breed a
yeah,
dog like that
yeah.
after 4 years?
They probably finessed you. Like, did
It wasn't
did
no
she look
finesse
like?
because it was like this, bro. He said he was going through a hard time. Originally, I didn't want to, so we negotiated a cut rate price, and a pup back. When she didn't take, he wanted to go up on the price. He wanted full cash price for it. And I'm sitting back saying, "No, bro, the deal was for a pup back. When she breed, you'll get your pup back. You understand? Because I done paid for this
Yeah,
dog, I done fed this dog, I done trained this dog, all this shit on the strength of doing this breeding, and she ain't give me nothing. And you want me to pay you full price for the dog now? You don't want no pup."
and what he
Nah,
say?
we fell out over that. He ain't sent no paperwork.
Oh yeah, fuck that.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, bro. Well, listen, you know what I mean? Because at the point, it was like, again, you talking to a dude from the box bred lane, and this broad then came on my yard, and she done cooked up all kinds of shit, and I ain't got no paperwork for her. Can't breed her. You know what we do with them dogs, bro? We let them do what they good for. She want all the smoke. Let her have the smoke. But I didn't do that with Star. I kept her. I fed her. I treated her like my baby, bro.
Yeah,
But she was my wild child. She was unpredictable. She was. I said if she had a litter and any of the dogs came out with a temperament like her, the first dog that had a temperament like her, I'm gonna name that nigga Twitch, because that's what the fuck she was. She Star was that bitch with the Twitch. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, that could have been another thing that was wrong with her. Her fucking mindset was fucked up. Stressing and shit. A dog like that ain't going she ain't going to have a litter when they're fucked
Star
up
was
like
fighting
that.
her, trying to fight every other day, yo.
Yeah,
Like,
a
Star
unstable
started
minded
so
dog
much
like that,
shit,
bro.
bro. She
You
started
gotta
so much shit.
when you breed it when you breed a dog, like it's just like a woman, bro. Like you can't stress them out.
I remember
Uh,
calling the brother and complaining about it too, man. Like,
that
yo,
was
bro,
a
you didn't
problem.
tell me this. You ain't tell me this bitch was this hot. You ain't tell me she had these kind of issues, man.
Yeah,
Like, this bitch food aggressive. She like flipping on anything. Like, this bitch got issues.
yeah.
And
That was probably the problem, bro. She probably was just like her hormones is probably fucked up or
but you
some
know what I
shit.
think it was too? I think it was the new environment. She
How
got
long did you
snatched
have
out
her
of her environment.
before you bred her?
Well, about 3 months,
Yeah,
3-4 months. About,
yeah. Then
well, really about
probably
4 or 5.
that's probably what it was. Because when I first had got Mia, I had skipped her heat cycle at first when I first
Mm-hmm.
got her, and like, cause she was she was new and shit, so I got her used to me and shit first before I bred her, used to her being in a new environment.
I mean, like, don't get me wrong. Me and Star had a little relationship, but it wasn't nowhere near me and Henny's relationship.
Right, but
And Star wanted to be that alpha bitch. She wanted to be,
yeah,
and it was constant. It was constant competition and attention between her for attention between her and Henny, and shit was always broke out into a fight. I could show you a video where literally they got into a 3-way. I had to separate the shit, and then that night, Star is laying there with Bull and Henny and licking them both to death for like an hour. All the places she ragged their ass and bit them, she's sitting there mothering their ass, B, for like an hour. None of us could sleep. She was, you know what I mean?
damn,
Like,
that's
but
crazy.
but like she was schizo like that. Star was a little bit schizo like that, man. So I was a little skittish about that breeding anyway. I felt like, I was worried. Would she even tolerate the pups? You know what I mean? Or was she like I didn't trust her temperament. I can honestly say that. I can honestly say that she was one Camelot dog I can say didn't seem to me to have a stable temperament. But again, to her credit, she was thrown into a new environment with no introduction. You know what I mean? Like it is what it is now, bitch. This where you at. You a rival. There's one male in the place. That bitch been here forever, so she run the roost. You got to make your bones, and that's what she went about doing, B. She went about letting it be felt. You know what I mean? She was putting her mouth on everything and everybody. You know what I mean? Like I have arrived, niggas. But I don't know how you can have a dog for years and you never see that kind of shit in them. You know what I mean? Like Star was a pisser, yo. She was a pisser. That bitch was on fire.
Yeah, she probably wasn't used to being around other dogs and shit.
I was saying it in one of my previous joints. I never had that discussion with either one of the Mason brothers about the heat in these Camelot dogs.
Well, they don't just because they got them Camelot dogs. They probably ain't know shit about them they damn self. Hence the why they got rid of them.
You know, knowledge being limited, but
because I know I would never give one of my dogs to a first time cam owner that don't know shit about cam dogs.
I'll put it this way.
Dog. If
you got pits and you raise pits, you know, you could definitely get a cam dog. You know, there's some shit that you would need to know, like some differences. And I feel like that's the shit. That's the conversation you want to have.
But
even if a motherfucker's used to raising box bred game dogs.
So all right, so you will give Havoc. I keep saying Havoc. You will give Trouble away to somebody right now who ain't never had a cam dog. You will give him away to a random person.
Like, I could even say give him away. Why would I do that?
I'm saying though, like you feel like he's trustworthy enough to just go with another person.
Permanently?
Yeah. An adult man.
Honestly, I never imagined no scenario like that.
Who don't got no experience.
He closed his eyes with me.
What I'm saying, would you sell him to a person who has no experience with cam dogs?
If they've raised pits before, depending upon their setup, and if we had that conversation about who he is and how he is,
I'm saying like a person on Instagram, like looking for a dog.
Like if they ain't got dogs, then I wouldn't recommend they start with this dog. You should at least have some pits and understand the temperament on them shits before you get a cam dog, especially one like him. Because he's going to show you all of that, and then you need to understand that he multiplies the power. You understand? So he's going to give you all that drive, and he's going to give you that terrier type tenacity, and he's going to do that in a dog that's 80 pounds solid and just ripped, structurally sound, and coming with everything, who know how to close his mouth. Man, listen, yeah, we need to talk about that, bro. That's it. That's not. I'd say 90% of what this channel is about. You know what I mean? Understand what this Camelot dog is, man. A lot of dudes got their game, they game dogs or they box bred dogs, and they feel like that's the sum total existence of the American Pit Bull Terrier. Like a dog shouldn't look like this and act like that. Well, look, you got this ain't something we started today. This ain't something you and me did. What we've inherited generations upon generations upon generations of breedings.
Right.
this is a particular direction, a particular line that's been developed, and there's no denying it.
That's what
The
I'm trying to
genetics
say.
speak for themselves.
It depends on the person breeding the dogs and what direction they're going with the dog.
True.
And that's just what they did with each line. Like if like say for example, like at some point at some point there was a litter, just one litter. You know what I'm saying? And this person got one, this person got one, that person got one, and that person got one, and another and some other people got one. They all went each and did different things with the dogs. Had different visions.
Yeah, I like to say the same shit.
You know,
It's no difference that if you had a
selective
family,
breeding.
right, and the kids got split up. One kid was raised in the city, in the projects, and the other kid was raised in the country on a farm.
Right.
The kid raised in the country on the farm might come back a little bit heavier and bulkier. He's got fresh milk. You know, he's working every day on the farm, whatever. He might be a little bit slower into how things go, but like they still brothers, or they still family. You know what I mean? They came from the same womb, from the same parents.
Right. But this is what I'm saying though. Like, yeah, no, say them two brothers that came from the same family. One, and they have motherfucking kids, and then they kids have kids, and they kids have kids, and they kids have kids. Then what is it?
Sure, you know what happens? Motherfuckers forget they know each other.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, it's selective breeding. That's what I'm saying. Now that's what's gonna make the shit different, because the brother and his kids was bred to certain women.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that certain those that the offspring from that produce certain traits. And then same with the other brother and his kids. So selective breeding, that's what it all boils down to, selective breeding. Like, that's the difference from the American Pit Bull Terrier and the American Staffordshire Terrier. Box bred and being bred for the show, and being bred for the AKC, American Kennel Club, and shit like that, for the show rings and shit. That's the difference.
Yeah.
You got people that love them dogs, but are against fighting them, and they just think they're beautiful animals, and they just want their dog looking the most beautiful thing, had the best conformation and shit like that. And then you got those people that don't give a fuck about no conformation. They want the gamest, hard biting, long winded,
Well, you know,
wrestling.
when you ask people that own
ability.
ASTs, when you ask people that own them staffies, the American Staffordshire, like some of them will tell you, like, it's a lot of heat in them dogs.
Bro, it
like
is heat in them dogs.
The way somebody described it to me was not quite a pit bull, but he sure was a handful. You know what I mean? Like,
right, because
that's
through selective breeding, they was able to press off, like they dilute the heat a little bit. And when I say dilute, I just mean when they, the ones that were more hot, those aren't the ones that they were breeding and are using to continue their program. They were going with the more docile, bigger headed, blockier headed, stockier ones with better conformation, clean, straight muzzle, the cleaner, conformationally correct dogs. Those were the ones that they were breeding with. And the ones that were gamey and shit like that, that's why, okay, I got a dog, my dog Mayhem. He's a gray line and cam dog, but in the back of his gray line, there's American Staffordshires in there that says 2-3-time winners. That goes to show you, that's the proof right there that you need to see that it's the same dog, just different people being like under different registries and shit. Like how the fuck you got a 3-time winner staff? What does that mean? Is that still a staff or is that a pit bull?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because at the end of the day, the genetics
Says it's
are
pit
pit
bull.
bull, right? And the dog
The
gets
only thing
down
that
like a
don't
pit
say,
bull.
only thing that says it's
But
not
it's
pit bull is the people breeding the dogs. Because if you take
right.
one of them staffs and condition it, and you go back in the opposite direction and you breed it to more game dog and shit like that, I'm not trying to hear that. Some people would try to say, "Oh, you're taking away from the gameness." Yeah, you're gonna lower the percentage of gameness, but then heighten the percentage of it too at the same time.
I
So
would
it's
agree.
like, yeah, so it's like I don't like people don't be making sense with that shit, bro.
I mean, like again, a lot of it is
It's
in what you
selective breeding,
develop in
bro.
the dog. How you develop the dogs. Like you can, and this was the funny thing. It was almost an experiment that I didn't realize I did at the time. One of the OGs threw me a pup, right? And strictly box bred, for generations. Like these dogs ain't never seen the inside of nobody's house as a pet. No dog from these lines have ever. So when they threw me the pup, housebreaking this pup was a chore, right? And it's because a dog that's raised on a yard for generations, like they just have a different way of doing things, B. And it's not to be disrespectful to your home, but they don't realize that there's a difference. That like even in the puppy's genetics, it's bred to do things a certain way. So once we get the dog housebroken and all of that, I bring the dog outside, and the neighbors got this little German Shepherd puppy. Long story short, he makes the dog cry, or she made the dog cry. She made the German Shepherd puppy cry. So like she ragged it, what I mean? Got into it real good. Now they puppies, they like weeks old, 8 weeks old, something like that. So as she gets older, 3 months old, she runs into a dog that's maybe about 5 months old. And I noticed she immediately cowed and started crying. Now that was crazy because like she didn't like that's not genetic, big. You understand what I'm saying? She learned that somewhere because even as a pup in her own litter, they was all mouth. The whole litter was all black and they was all mouth, man. All they did was grab each other all day long. There was two big ones. Nobody would grab them because they had their way of putting others in their place. But other than that, them little ones, they was real mouthy. They was always grabbing each other's face, always grabbing each other's face. So where did she learn this ability? Like, where did she learn this thing to cry? Where did that come from? She never did that. She learned it from that pup that she trounced. She learned it from a dog that was not a pit bull. So I literally had to take her back to the yard, put her back in with her litter mates, and let her understand how the game go before she could come home again. So I took her back. I took her back to the yard and left her there, man. She went to school up there, man. And then when she got right, all right, you got your mind right, you can come home. But not until then, big. Like, but I say all of that to say, like, the dogs are taught. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they
Yeah.
can be taught. If it's in there, you can get it in there. If you really want to chase it out of there, you can chase it out of there.
Right. But that's all I'm saying, bro. It's just like selective breeding shit. Like if you want, like if you every time you breed your dog, the one that got the traits that you like, you keep picking that puppy every time. That's selective breeding. The one that's coming out with bigger bone and a bigger head. If you want that, you can get that. If you want the ones that's more uh leaner, gamier, you can get that. You can metamorph your line into whatever you want it. You know what I'm saying? Through selective breeding. breeding in certain traits and breeding out certain traits.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fact.
That's what separates each family of dog, like from the Garner dogs, the Eli dogs, Bolio dogs, Boyles dogs, Red Boy dogs, Jocko dogs, Jeep dogs. Everybody selective bred their dogs a certain way that made their shit unique, and then that's when they start fucking outcrossing and shit with other lines and shit like that. But mainly back in the day, I felt like them dudes was more focused on their breeders and selective breeding their shit for the desirable traits.
I mean, when I
Like
really
like
think
a
about what you get in the Camelot dog, man, the traits are all there. My only concern is that, be mindful of the dogs getting too tight. I put it this way, when I see dogs losing a certain amount of athleticism, like when you look at the dogs in the original Camelot kennels video, and then you see some of these dogs on the internet now that are going under the name Camelot for whatever reasons, you definitely don't see the same athleticism. You don't see that same almost mobility in the dogs. Now you see more of that stocky, brolic, muscular dog. That's
because that's the
not as
money.
not
That's
as
where the
not as
money.
athletic, huh?
That's the money trend. Everybody's following the money trend.
Right.
That's how
But
they.
those
That's where
dogs
they
are not
bet
as
money.
athletic.
Like how you said, like it still goes down to the fucking like the show like or people want to, oh yeah, look at my dog. Like back in the day it was, oh yeah, put your dog against my dog. Like let's see, may the best dog win, like for bragging rights. Now it's just, oh, for a look, which dog is beefier, got the biggest head, the most bone, the shortest legs and shit like that. Like that's that's where the
It's
money's at now.
disgusting, bro. Sometimes I see shit is disgusting, man.
Well,
I
that's what
ain't gonna
happens
lie,
when.
bro.
Well, that's what happens when you let other people push the narrative of the dogs and shit like that.
But
Shit got
that's
fucked up.
exactly what happened, bro. Nobody's really
Miseducation,
controlling the direction of that breed, right?
and
Or if you can call it a breed.
that's what we supposed to be doing on these type of platforms, is educating the public and putting motherfuckers up on game on what it really is. Because for years now, we got motherfuckers like what happened to Mike Vick and shit like that. And, so it was so much misinformation being spread behind shit, because people just don't understand, and then everybody thinks like pit bulls, they got a certain what's that shit called? Like
Basically a bad rep.
stereotype. Yeah, everybody stereotypes pit bulls. Like not even knowing the history though. That's the whole part. Like hence the name pit bull. Like the name really means pit bull. Like like a pit, like a bull in a pit. Like like people don't understand that the dogs come from like bull baiting, and like they're gladiators. They were the dogs were like meant for entertaining like kings and fucking royalty and shit like that. Like sport motherfuckers is they putting like 4 or 5 of them in the fucking ring with a lion or a tiger or some shit like that. Bears, bulls, fucking all type of shit. Each other fighting. That's what the dogs. That's the history of the dogs, bro. And then
Yeah, facts. Absolute
people
facts.
ignore that.
100%.
But then it's like they try to say the dog, oh, if the dog does that, it's bad. That's what the dog was made for.
It's so funny, man, because people acknowledge the fact that, the dogs, you know, uh how people put it, like they're nanny dogs, right? Little rascal dogs, right? Like
Yeah,
gang of little kids put one of these dogs on their
that's
hip.
what it was back in the day. It was, you know, that's what it was, and then the narrative got switched. So for some reason,
Well, sensationalism is always makes headlines, B. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter, how valid it is. I've literally been to, places where, if it was legal there, their brand or their form of letting their dogs entertain or do whatever, there's no blood involved, right?
yeah.
There's no blood involved. It's nothing like a pit match
This
as
is the
far as
thing, bro. This is the part that I just, I'm not even saying I'm into here.
we talking
They,
Caucasian shepherds and Kangals and shit. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
Curtis Kangaroos and shit. Yeah, but still, it's they frown upon that shit, but yet motherfuckers spend money going to UFC fights and boxing matches and shit like that, where motherfuckers is dying in the ring, uh, ripping flesh open, choking out, like
Yo, I
hurting
tell
each
you,
other.
bro. Or what
It's
of
just
our last
hypocritical.
lives? Or what of our past lives? Some dude commented that we didn't have no business breeding, and he was gonna shut us down. Word. That's
Yeah, I
literally
seen
what
that.
dude said to me. I was like, yo, he
Yeah,
said,
I
I
seen that.
flagged this video. Da 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 da. I said, well, it's still spinning, so keep flagging.
What
You
video
know
he
what I mean?
flagged?
That's my joy, But people don't understand that number one, when you talk like that, for some of us, we are very into what we do with our animals, and these animals are very much a part of who we are as human beings. They are an extension of our family,
Right.
right? And in some ways, an extension of ourselves. If you ever think about harming any of that in any way, you would really, really be doing yourself a disservice, right? I don't think that is a road you would happily travel down. I don't think you appreciate somebody kind of invading your personal world and threatening your family, right? So
Oh
we always
no.
want to be careful what we say to people. Um, that being said, right? Um, it's funny that so many people have these notions that you know somehow having these animals is such a terrible thing, right? Because the
Right.
shelters are full of animals that nobody wants. If I were to
Exactly.
show you my email list of people that have been asking me for puppies, you can pretty much assure that people want these dogs, right?
Right.
But that's not what this is about. This is really about creating something that is worthy of being kept as a family heirloom, right? Like literally, you this family of dogs that you develop is an extension of your family. And so these dogs, they'll be raised with your kids, and you would hope that in the homes that you send them to, people would do likewise. They would see that, they would cherish the treasure in the dogs and raise the dogs accordingly, and keep their commitment to the animals accordingly.
Right.
As a breeder, we can't guarantee that, can we?
No.
So to those of the public that think that honestly it is selfish of me to say things like, I really don't have a problem with not selling nobody a dog, right? I didn't do this. I didn't start this, to be selling the dogs to public. Kind of like what I got, and I'm trying to bring out the best in that. That's my goal, right? Realize the fullest potential of what I got and produce the dog that I want to see and bring them to their fullest potential. That don't require nobody's approval.
Right.
Don't require nobody's liking it. Right. Don't require nobody's, licensing and none of that, B.
Right. Like real shit.
So, to them people, I say, kick rocks, man. I'm as much of a nature freak as anybody, B. I believe in the herbs and the roots, and I believe in, learning about the wild and learning about different types of trees and woods and edible plants, and that to me that shit you might want to need to know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, everybody got to make that choice for themselves. Me personally, I believe that's kind of like point blank. You start there.
Right.
You start there. You learn those skills, and then everything else comes after, because you can't trust what's going to happen today or tomorrow. I mean, the pandemic proves that, right? Like,
Yeah.
I heard Omicron settling down, and now they shaking for something new to come out. You know what I mean? They said something, they detected something new in Australia. Was it Australia or, man, listen, I can't keep up.
Shit, I don't even bother trying. Shit, I don't believe in none of that shit.
Listen, bro.
That's
See what
the
I
bullshit.
do. I ain't changing nothing in my script, yeah? Nothing.
Yeah.
See what I do. I ain't changed nothing in my script, man. People is out of their mind, bro.
Yeah, man. Nah, man. When's the next time you gonna do a live?
Every Sunday, 7 p.m., bro.
All right, Sunday. Yeah, man.
What I might end up doing, man, I've been trying to get at a couple of people. My timing is just crazy. I don't have a whole lot of free time, man, like during the week. But I wanna give the platform a little bit more airtime, bro. So Wednesdays, Thursday nights, I'm trying to do something, man, where we isolate a breeder, man, that's been good to the game, B. That's been good for the game. You know what I mean? And just put the spotlight on same way we did with the work you doing, bro. I want to do that regularly. You know what I mean? I want people to be able to see where to get good dogs from. And if you really trying to get good dogs, I'm not insisting that everybody buy a dog from me. I'm not that dude. I ain't over here waving my hand like, oh yeah, buy all your pups from me. In fact, there's plenty of other people you could talk to and probably should talk to before you talk to me, because I'm inclined to keep mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Don't be mad at me, y'all. Don't be mad at me, man. But I am inclined to keep mine, man. I'm just giving y'all the heads up. There ain't gonna be a whole lot of dogs available to the public, man. I got three breedings in mind coming up, and quite honestly, if everything pans out, there may be 1 or 2 dogs off of each joint available. Off that third breeding, I don't think it's gonna be nothing available. So it might be 4 or 5 dogs all together. You know what I mean? But I done told y'all more than I was willing to. That means it's time to wrap this thing up.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I appreciate you hanging out with me this late, man. You're a trooper,
Yeah.
bro.
Oh, you already know, man.
100,
This shit is Sunday. I ain't got no work tonight. Shit, ain't got shit going on. So
I'm off my damn self, so I could definitely take the luxury, man. But dog life, man, ain't no days off.
Oh, never. Shit, I'm gonna be up in a few hours with the dogs.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, and which reminds me, tomorrow I'm gonna hit you up. I got some shit going on. I gotta tell you about too.
All right. We still got wow. Morning greetings in England. Wow. Somebody in the building from England.
That's
They
what's
just
up.
getting up over there.
Yeah, we ain't even been to bed yet.
You know, good morning. We over here saying good night.
But yeah, man. No, I'm gonna give you a call tomorrow, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, man.
We definitely got to work something out, man. Like the numbers is right for baby girl, like we talked about. Just the space right now. You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm trying to work on. So if you got some alternative solutions, let me know, because I'm trying to lock her in on the next one. But just like I need the space, bro. I need the space.
All right. Well, what time will you be available tomorrow to call you?
Shit, you can hit me as early as noon, bro.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll hit you around noon then.
All right. Copy,
All
copy.
right. All right.
One, y'all.
Well.
All right, y'all. I appreciate y'all hanging out with fam. Listen, I know some of y'all just chiming in. I do apologize for that. Understand that it's all love. But we've been at this, man, for quite some time. We had a let me see something here. Time out. I gotta hide that and block this person. I don't know why they think this is the place to come in and put all that stuff up. So listen, I definitely appreciate y'all hanging out with the fam, man. As y'all see, man, we get a little bit of everybody stopping by, chopping it up, man, and we love to do it. Let's do it again real soon. But as for me, I have to say good night. Good morning. We got work to do soon. So peace and blessings. And y'all know what this cam thing is about. Keep the heat.